present, except for Supervisor Phillips, or is he joined us? He's joined us. Perfect. We've got all 5. With that, we're going to ask the clerk or County Council if there's any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda.
There are none today, Chair.
Great. So we're looking at the closed session agenda for the day, and we're going to open it up for public comment on items in the closed session agenda. We'll see if anybody's joined us via Zoom. We ask that you use the raise hand function, which is located at the bottom of your screen or in your participants tab, or *9 if you're participating via landline. That'll let us know you wish to be recognized. Seeing no hands going up, we're going to close public comment and bring it back to this board, and then recess for closed session, reconvening here in chambers at 10:30. Thank you all.
You know what, if you know, when I get it to them, so I'll know. I'm not gonna.
Not great.
Good morning, everybody. It's 10:39. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the Board of Supervisors acting as the Board of Directors of the East Garrison. Of East Garrison? All right. Simple. Roll call. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. Let's start with the pledge and see if Mr. McKee will lead us in that. Can we get the announcement of the interpreter, please?
Buenos días, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
All right. Thank you, Maria. With that, I'm going to see if we have any additions or corrections to this particular agenda.
There are no additions and corrections.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this point, we'll open up for general public comments to the East Garrison Board of Directors, right, Community Services District. If we have any general public comment regarding items not on today's agenda, each speaker will have 1 minute to address this board. If you're participating via Zoom, we ask that you use the raise hand function. It's at the bottom of your participants tab or at the bottom of your screen, depending on your setup. If you use the raise hand function, it'll give us the ability to recognize you and allow you some time to speak to this board. At this point, I see a hand up from Terry Short. Terry, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a minute public comment with this board.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Terry Short. I chair the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee. And I just wanted to take this time during public comment to thank the staff, particularly resource Resource Management oh my gosh, it's Tuesday morning, isn't it? RMA for all of their help out here. You know, it's been 2 years of a lot of work and we're finally making some progress. And I just want to acknowledge all of the cooperation and partnership we've received from RMA and also Supervisor Parker's office. So thank you very much. And I look forward to today's meeting.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no additional hands up at this point, what I'm going to do is bring it back to the board. We have a consent calendar before us with 3 items. I'll first take it out to the public and see if we have any public comment on these 3 consent items. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment on those on the consent calendar, bring it back to the board. What is the will of the board?
Approval. Second.
Got a motion from Parker, a second from Phillips. Roll call vote, please.
Director Alejo,
Aye.
Director Phillips,
Aye.
Director Parker,
Aye.
Director Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Director Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. And with that, we'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors acting as the Board of Directors of the East Garrison Community Services District and call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. Any additions or corrections to this agenda, Madam Clerk?
There are no additions and corrections.
Great. So then looking at our agenda, next up is general public comments. Again, this is the opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on this Water Resource Agency agenda. Seeing no hands going up and nobody in room, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and bring it back. We have 1 consent calendar item, and before we open it up, I'm going to turn to council.
Thank you very much, Chair. Board, I just wanted to point out a technicality here. This item is a fee set by the Water Resources Agency. The item does refer to the county's master fee resolution. It really shouldn't be part of the county's fee resolution, so I'll be working with staff to make sure that the Water Resources Agency has their own fee schedule so it doesn't get confused and mixed up with the county's fee resolution. But we do recommend strongly that you adopt the item as it is presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, council. With that, I'm going to turn and see if we have any public comment on our consent calendar today. Seeing no hands up and nobody in room, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. What's the will of the board?
Consent.
Second.
Motion from Alejo, second from Phillips. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips, Supervisor Phillips,
Aye. Aye. Give me.
Supervisor Parker,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The item carries unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on our public agenda items. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present. Any additions or corrections to this particular agenda?
There are corrections to this agenda, and that is for item number 25. It's being requested to be pulled by the Department of Social Services.
Okay, so we have 1 correction to the agenda. Is there any public comment on that change on the agenda? See no hands up and nobody in room. Bring it back to the board. Can I get a motion to make that adjustment?
So moved. Second.
I've got a motion and a second. It was Supervisor Parker and Supervisor Adams. Can we go ahead and get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Parker,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. All right, that correction's been made. 25 will be moved. And then what we'll do is look at the rest of consent at this point and see if there's any members of the board at this point that wish to pull an item from the agenda. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to pull items 26, 30, and 35.
Okay, any other members of the board?
I had a question on 35 too, so thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to turn and see. I see John Minot has his hand up. Under Sheriff Minot, was there an item or items you wanted pulled as well? Council Dry, perhaps you could help
Chair,
out here.
I can indicate what the undersheriff wanted to pull. He wanted to pull items 28, 29, 31, and 32 for a slight revision to the recommendation in those items.
Okay,
That's correct. Sorry, I didn't get the mute undone in time.
no problem. Thank you, Under Sheriff Minot. At this point, I'll share with the public we're pulling items 26, 30, 35.
The other one. CARES Act. Okay, 30. Pilots. Okay, and 35. Santa Clara. Okay. Got me good, John.
So are we? Mr. Chair?
I think we lost our leader.
I think we did. We're poor little lambs wandering around here.
Well, it'll only be minutes before you take over, so.
Could you pull item number 36? This is Nina Beatty.
Sure. Not sure what has happened to the rest of our connection to the monitor, to the
Chambers.
government center chambers. Yeah.
We're going to take a. We're good. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to reiterate. I have items 26, 30, 35, 28, 29, 31, 32, as well as item 36 pulled by Nina Beatty. So if there's any other members of the public who wish to pull an item, please raise your hand now. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and start with item 26, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This item deals with the spending down the CARES Act money that has come to the Sheriff's Department. And I just feel that we're talking about a significant amount of money. And I would just prefer that we pull this and ask for the sheriff to come back and do a full presentation for us so that we're able to see exactly what we're doing here, what we're shifting from where to where, and if this is an additional increase to the general fund. I would just like to have more information on this one.
Is Mr. Woods on the line with us? Could you help us out with a response on that, Mr. Woods?
Yeah, Chair, I would defer to the sheriff for all the specifics, but in effect, the board had allocated CARES funding to certain departments, and this is the sheriff taking that CARES funding and appropriating it so they can use it for COVID response. But I would defer to the sheriff if it's time sensitive. If he's not there.
The Sheriff Bernal, perhaps Under Sheriff Minot could help us out.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams, so this is a continuation of, we made a presentation to the full Board of Supervisors on August 18th, 2020, detailing out all the various expenditures related to CARES from last fiscal year and for the current fiscal year. And the board allocated at that time just a little over $7.7 million to the Sheriff's Office to account for CARES Act expenditures for last fiscal and this fiscal year. So after the board took that action on August 18th, then and when we put all this together, the total 7.7, some of that was was really an offset of general fund contribution. So it was to account for our salaries and payroll costs for all of the folks that have been working so hard on our CARES, on our COVID-19 response, both on patrol and in the jail. Now, on top of that money that was a general fund offset, we also detailed out the amount of money that was essentially new money that we were asking be directed to the Sheriff's Office, and that was to account for other additional expenses that included the various cleaning things that we've had to do, the furniture that we've had to add to create social distancing room, for work at home solutions. There's a whole host of things that we detailed out at that August 18th meeting. And so once the board approved those funds back then, although they were approved, they weren't appropriated. So really, this is kind of phase 2 of the continuing action based on the board's direction from August 18th. So once we put that got the rest of these numbers put together, we went to the budget committee last month and asked them to support really, again, the continuance of the board's direction from August 18th. And that's what brings us here today, really just to finish up the money was, the funds were approved, and really now we're just asking that they be included as an increased appropriation so we can spend them.
So that 3.4 million from the general fund was approved on August 18th, did you say then?
That's correct.
Then thank you very much for that explanation. I appreciate it, and that takes care of item 26 for me.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members on 26? Any questions or comments on 26 from the public? All right, seeing no hands, we'll go ahead and move on to item 30, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. There was no agreement that was attached to this item, and we're being asked to approve a standard agreement with the pilots, and then also to allow for just general approval of this agreement ongoing, and there was no agreement. So I would like to know more what it is that we were agreeing to. So if it could be, if there's no urgency to this, could we simply bring it back at the next board meeting in consent with the agreement attached?
Yeah, that was an oversight. If the board would be willing to let us put this back on December 1st, we'll have the agreement there so everybody can see it.
Great, thank you so much. Okay.
Any other comment from board members on 30? Public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back and we'll go to 35, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And this one was problematic to me. This was authorizing the sheriff to sign a municipal law enforcement service agreement with Santa Clara Stadium in the city of Santa Clara. And normally it sounds like something that we would do. I would guess that this would be okay. But what troubles me is that essentially we're allowing sheriffs who on their own time to be kind of loaned out to other parts, to the Santa Clara Stadium for additional work for which they would be paid directly by the Santa Clara Stadium in the city of Santa Clara. But there's several things that trouble me, and I did not see the answer to these questions. One, can we stipulate, or is it appropriate that we stipulate that neither county nor sheriff vehicles are used in the driving from the regular sheriff's job or his home, whichever, to the location of the stadium? Number one. And number two, if in fact we are allowing county vehicles to be used for that, who's responsible if there is an accident in a county vehicle? And then three, from what I did read that was covered in the agreement, why should we as a county be responsible for the workers' compensation should someone be injured during this work if they're doing this on their own time?
Okay, Supervisor, let me take a stab at those. So Santa Clara, when they do security at events at Levi Stadium, they, I'm not sure if their deputies are off duty or not. Essentially, what this agreement is asking is for our support specific to our bomb team. And so it's not an off-duty gig. It's not like a security for us. It's when they need support for explosives and explosive detection. So this is going to be for certain events at Levi Stadium. They use bomb teams from all over the region, and they kind of rotate through. And so it would be a pre-planned thing. It would be our people working for us. Santa Clara actually pays the county. So this would be our bomb team on duty, detaching to Santa Clara County to help them with the explosives detail at an event. And then Santa Clara pays us back. So this is a very similar scenario to what happens at our other special events, from Car Week to to AT&T and et cetera. There's a private vendor that's actually picking up the tab, but our folks they're working. They're on duty and they're working for us, so they may be up there with a bomb vehicle. If the explosive detection dogs are going, they'll be in their canine cars. And for whatever time we spend in support of Santa Clara County, they're paying the County of Monterey back. All of the deputies in question would be on standard payroll, just like they would for any of our other outside employment type events.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I saw the same memorandum of agreement with the Seaside Police Department and the Carmel Police Department, but I didn't see anything that describes what you just described for the Santa Clara one. Now that you've described that, I completely understand and would, of course, support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Phillips next.
Yeah, it wasn't detailed. It was strictly for the bomb squad. And I had a concern as overworked as our people are, why we're sending our people or authorizing our people to go up there. But it wasn't limited to the bomb squad. So I'm good.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and see if we have any public comment on this item. I do see a hand up. I'm going to go to Terry Short. We're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 1-minute public comment with this board.
Okay, hi. Yes, I'm here. Have we had these type of agreements before with the Sheriff's Department is my first question. And then I'm wondering what about staffing levels? I mean, I support them, obviously, having some sort of partnership. We need partnerships from time to time. But given that we have sheriff staffing issues in Monterey County, how is that going to affect the staffing time locally if they're being called to Santa Clara to help assist with the bomb teams?
Okay, thank you. See if we have any other public hands up. We don't. So I'll go ahead and turn back to the sheriff and see if they'd like to address that question from the public.
Thank you. So, Chair, this is a very similar to our other SLE arrangements and so it doesn't draw down from our standard coverage because we bill these out at an overtime rate. This would be the times that Santa Clara needs us, we'd be sending the members of the bomb team up there on overtime, and it won't have any impact. Secondarily, even if we are deployed, if we are in Santa Clara, if something comes up in Monterey County to where we need to divert our bomb team back, then it allows for that as well. So although their response would be a little delayed, they're still available. They could still respond to any event in the area.
All right, thank you, Under Sheriff. With that, we've got 28, 29, 31, and 32 being pulled as a package, and I'm not sure, does that go to council or the Under Sheriff first?
I'll take the first swing, Mr. Chair. John Mino again. So these are agreements to help the local cities that supported us during the Carmel and the River fires. So this started after it got picked up for being potentially eligible for FEMA backfill, and the cities had an interest in trying to recoup some of their costs. So this is a very rare thing when we dive into these kind of agreements. So we had to try and use some standard federal templates, and the standard federal template is what's included, and it's a post-event agreement. And although it looked like a pretty innocuous piece of FEMA red tape, as we did a deeper dive into it, the actual agreement says that whether or not FEMA funding, that we, the county, are responsible to reimburse the cities. And once we discovered that, we're just not comfortable putting the county on the hook to reimburse the cities whether or not the federal funding is there. As we've done more research, it does appear that we can alter this document to make it so it's not a shall reimburse and change it to a may reimburse. But the template in front of this board today says shall. And that could put the county on the hook for a lot of expenses, not just from our local cities that responded, but any other city or county that came when we had a massive mutual aid response when we had to evacuate Carmel Valley. So it could really expose the county to having to front an awful lot of money. We think we could probably work with council and modify this agreement to protect the county. So we wanted to pull it and have that discussion in open forum, just so the board could hear the hurdles that we uncovered.
Council?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. We would recommend that you approve the item, provided that the agreement can be changed to make the payment discretionary, subject to the availability of FEMA money, rather than mandatory, potentially out of the county's general fund.
With the language before us, could that be done today?
Yes. If the motion would be to approve, subject to the agreement being modified as I indicated.
Thank you. Any questions from board members on these items? Okay, seeing no hands up, I'll turn to the public, see if we have any public comment on 28, 29, 31, or 32. All right, seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and move on from this item. We're going to turn to item 36, and Nina Beatty is our call-in user number 1. We'll go ahead and give her the ability to unmute herself using *6. *6 will unmute you, Nina, and we'll go ahead and take your public comment now, and the time limit is a minute today.
Yes, this is Nita Beatty, and I asked for disabled accommodation to have extra time to speak. This directly concerns my disability, and I'm asking for this item to be continued to another meeting. The addition of equipment to Mount Toro for two-way repeaters increases the RF EMF emissions in the area, and I need to talk with the signal coordinator for the county to find out, to make sure that there's no increase in these EMF emissions at my home and around my around my home as well. I have spoken with the county before about how these emissions exacerbate my disability, which is electromagnetic sensitivity. My doctor advises reduced exposure, and instead more equipment's being installed, and the levels of exposure are increasing dramatically inside and outside my house. So I would like this item continued. I don't understand the timing. The FBI has been here for has been here for decades, and this equipment at this time, particularly with other levels rising, is just, it's worsening my health. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. All right, so at this point, I want to see if we have any additional comments on 36. Seeing no additional hands up, what I'll do is ask for a motion that would approve the consent agenda less item 30, 28, 29, 31, and 32.
Mr. Chair, I'm willing to make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item number 30, and the other items you mentioned. I think we could approve them with the understanding that if subject to the template being able to be changed to ensure that the mutual aid agreements reimbursement is discretionary depending on the availability of FEMA funds.
Okay, so that's a consent calendar less item 30 that's covered by that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a motion from Supervisor Parker, a second from Supervisor Phillips. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez?
Aye. All right, at this point, that leaves us with one item, which is item 30. And I think at this point, the request is for a continuance on this item. Is that the will of the board?
Chair, I would suggest there's no need to continue this item. The sheriff will just reprocess it through Legistar and put it on a future agenda.
Okay, so no need for a vote on 30 then? All right, we'll go ahead and leave that and consider it carried as long as that's fine with the members of the board. All right.
Yes.
With that, we're going to go ahead and head into ceremonial resolutions. We have two today that will not be presented. I'm going to see if we have any public comment from anybody in room about the ceremonial resolutions. Seeing nobody coming forward on the ceremonial resolutions.
need to stop this. Para mí, esta junta no tiene validez y voy a explicar por qué. No nos proveyeron ningún aparato para que podamos escuchar español. I speak English. I understand what do you say, but Gabriela Rivera not. Por esa razón, esta junta no tiene procedimiento. Se están violando nuestros derechos.
Sí, tuvimos el anuncio del intérprete que está aquí hoy y lo hicimos cuando abrimos la junta. Con anuncio que lo tiene aquí enfrente, por favor, pasa al frente con la señora aquí, te puede dar los audífonos que le ayuda, por favor, gracias.
Could we have a translation, please?
Yeah, the concern was that there was, the claim was that the meeting was invalid because there was no translation available. But we clarified that we did have the announcement of the interpreter in Spanish at the top of the meeting. And now we're getting some headphones to folks who have joined us en room.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're back to ceremonial resolutions. Any public comment on the ceremonial resolutions? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board. Motion to approve these ceremonial resolutions.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Phillips, second from Alejo. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you very much. At this point, we're going to head into appointments. We have a reappointment and a new appointment. Is there any public comment on appointments? All right, bringing it back to the board. What's the will of the board on these appointments?
Move approval.
Second.
Got a motion from Parker, second from Phillips. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. With that, we're going to go into other board matters, which will start with board comments and start with Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank all of the people throughout the community who have sent well wishes on my poor little injured shoulder here. And just want to reassure people that I'm getting better all the time, and I'm very thankful for that. Wanted to let people know that tomorrow, November 18th at 5:30, we're going to be hosting a post-fire winter storm preparedness webinar. The webinar will be really a good one with guests from the National Weather Service and the Resource Conservation District, of course, as well as our very capable county staff from the Office of Emergency Services and Resource Management Agency. It should be very, very helpful storm preparedness, especially now as we look at the first storm coming through later today. And I know there's already been some concern mentioned down in Big Sur where there appeared to be a log jam in one of the streams, and there's some concern about that fortunately people are dealing with right now. And then finally, at this time when we're all just so overwhelmed with the COVID numbers spiking and things in our personal lives just falling apart as we turn from right to left, and so many difficult things happening both in government, personal, and economic ways that are beyond what anybody can even think that we would ever be dealing with, particularly the pandemic. I just want us to remember that there are so many things to be thankful for. And as we won't be meeting again before Thanksgiving, I just want to give personal thanks for the wonderful people with whom we have the opportunity to work and to live, and that we have many things to remember to give thanks for. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick shout out to Dana Edgel from our Monterey County Behavioral Health Department, who was my guest on Hot Topics last night, talking with us again. She did talk to us earlier in the pandemic, but just with some reminders about the importance of self-care and mental health strategies. when the shelter in place has gone on for so long, much longer than we probably imagined in the beginning. And then now too, we feel like we're doing everything right. And yet still the transmission numbers are going up. It can be very discouraging and very wearing on our mental health. And she was just reminding us that mental health is a lot like physical health. We can do little things every day to contribute to it. And when things are tough, sometimes we have to do some extra, and that there's no judgment about that need. It's just fundamental to our well-being. And she was able to give us some tips for how to find some new ways to approach the holidays, creating some new traditions, because it's going to be a holiday season that is going to have to be celebrated. If we're going to be safe, it's going to have to be celebrated in some different ways. And anyway, just acknowledging how stressful this is, and the reminder to basically, as I always say, be safe and be kind. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I wanted to just congratulate all the veterans and American Legion Post 32 and Soledad for really doing a great project throughout the city with, I believe, about 90 banners honoring local veterans. I was able to attend their unveiling ceremony that was done socially spaced out outside with the community, along with Supervisor Lopez there. But it's just great to see our local communities doing extra efforts to honor those who have served our nation, and really bringing the community together to celebrate them in that unique way. I think the first city that has accomplished that in our county. Also, I was in Sacramento yesterday, obviously with a vacancy in the United States Senate. There's a call from Latino leaders from across the state, so that I've been part of this growing coalition. But I was there yesterday with Sacramento Supervisor Phil Cernak, the council member Eric Guerra, numerous state legislators, including Assemblymember Robert Rivas, in calling for the governor to appoint a Latina or Latino to that vacancy come January. Tomorrow, I was invited by State Superintendent Tony Thurman to speak on Zoom before the IQC, the Instructional Quality Commission, on the latest draft of the Ethnic Studies curriculum, a bill that I authored when I was in the legislature in 2016. But it goes before the IQC once more, and then to the State Board of Education in March 2021 for a final approval. But I commend the state superintendent on his latest round of amendments to help have a more inclusive curriculum that could be a model for the nation. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And then I do want to remind people to have a good Thanksgiving, but certainly it's good to get tested if they've been in larger groups. And there's the testing today in Gonzales. So we want to encourage people to go there between 1 and 5 o'clock, I believe, at 1 to 5 o'clock at St. Theodore's Church. And then on next Monday, the 23rd and 24th, at the Health Department here in Salinas. There's going to be the free testing for the public here in Salinas too. So want to encourage everyone to try to get tested, especially if they've been in an area with that brings them doubt. It's always better to get tested and be sure to, especially right before the Thanksgiving holidays, to make sure that they are not sick and potentially exposing the people they love the most. So I want to encourage everybody to practice the safety protocols, but more importantly, take care of the people you love by getting tested and reducing your exposure that might harm your own family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I too wanted to remind folks to get tested. I know we had a great turnout this weekend in Gonzales with our first opportunity at Fairview Middle School, and now today is the second opportunity. We hope folks will turn out to the St. Theodore's Church there in Gonzales, just off the main strip. It's not too far for folks who have any concerns about potentially having been exposed to coronavirus. And as we see the rates continue to spike in Monterey County, we hope that folks will take the opportunity to get tested to know their status. Also want to call out the City of Soledad and thank them for their wonderful effort of putting up the banners that actually recognize the service of military members who are from that community, stretching back a long, long time. Even World War II folks were put up on these banners to help their families recognize their service. A lot of times it's done without the acknowledgement of the members themselves. They don't like the attention, but we appreciate their service and wanted to take that opportunity to thank them. It took a community effort to get that done, led by the City of Soledad, and we congratulate them on a great result. I want to take a little time today with Thanksgiving coming up to give one of those things that I'm thankful for and share that with the community, and it's my staff. My staff's been doing an incredible job, not just through COVID, but especially coming into the holidays. I know Priscilla is my chief of staff. She's probably not on today's call because she's probably sitting in a parking lot somewhere throughout the district with a trunk full of turkeys, meeting up with some coordinator, dropping those off. She's put together a great voucher program where we get vouchers from Cal Water for turkeys, partnered with gift cards from our office, and she gets them out to folks during this time. It's something she's really careful and passionate about. And this year, Marisela Lara is my new staff member who's joined her in helping make this effort work. Through this partnership, we've also been able to work with the food bank. We're going to distribute pozole boxes. So it's going to have all the ingredients for making a family size pot of pozole, and we're going to be getting those out to the community in recognition of the holiday as well. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say I'm thankful for them and all that they're doing and helping make sure that our communities are taken care of as we head into these difficult holidays. While we're reminded to be thankful for the things that we have, we also have to recognize that it's an extremely tough holiday due to COVID. Encourage folks to isolate to the extent that you can, but get connected at the same time, hopefully through the means of technology or other ways of staying in touch with family, but realize that COVID is spreading in our communities and we need to do our best to reduce the transmission. With that, it wraps my comments, and I'll turn to the CAO for any comments or referrals this week.
No referrals this week, Mr. Chair, and don't have any comments other than reiterating what everyone else said about enjoying thanks for what we have.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. So at this point, we have item 9, which is one of our other board matters. It's an appointment to RCRC and Golden State Finance Authority. They are essentially one board that meets up in Sacramento. We recently joined RCRC, and I would love to continue to serve this board on those boards, but they do ask that we make this appointment now. Every year, I guess, in November, that's their timing, and so I wanted to bring this forward to the board and see what their will was before we go to the board. Perhaps open up to the public, see if we have any public comment on this. Seeing nobody coming forward and no hands up via Zoom, I'll bring it back to the board.
I move that we reappoint you, Mr. Chair, as our representative on those two boards.
Second.
And Supervisor Phillips as an alternate. Can we keep those two if that's okay with the motion maker?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Can we get a roll call vote? We got a motion from Parker, a second from Alejo.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. With that, we're going to head into general public comment. This is the opportunity for the public to share comments with this board regarding items not on today's agenda. Each speaker will have 1 minute to address this board. I'll take folks in room first.
Y soy activista y noté mucha desorganización en la Junta. Una de ellas fue proveernos el equipo necesario para la interpretación. Llegamos 10 minutos antes para que se nos diera esos recursos y no lo hicieron. Para mí la Junta no tiene validez. ¿Ok? Todo esto que hablaron, discutieron, aprobaron no tiene validez porque se violaron nuestros derechos de lengua, de nuestra raza. Y el caso que traje aquí a hacer público es un caso de discriminación de housing. A esta persona la están desalojando y es Gabriela Rivera. Llegó a mí la historia, fui y contacté personalmente, entré a su casa y ver todas las negligencias de parte del dueño sobre cómo tiene las condiciones de esta casa. Llego aquí y me encuentro con esta situación. Se le informó a la Clerk City, al joven primero y luego a ella. Y no nos prohibieron ningún recurso para entender su lengua.
Gracias.
Voy a introducir a Gabriela.
¿Puedo hablar? Buenos días, mi nombre es Gabriela Rivera.
Mi nombre es
Mire,
Gabriela Rivera.
yo más que nada estoy aquí porque quiero ser escuchada.
I'm here
Yo me
to
siento
wanna-
discriminada por el lugar en donde estoy viviendo. No tengo servicios de cocina, absolutamente nada. Tengo bloqueado todo. A la dueña de la casa me pidió la... Oh,
Se le dijo que toma por pasos para que le pueda traducir.
okay. Ok. Sí, buenos días, mi nombre es Gabriela Rivera.
Good morning, my name is Gabriela Rivera.
Estoy aquí para que me escuchen.
I'm here so you guys can hear me.
Me siento discriminada por el área en donde estoy viviendo.
I feel discriminated for the place where I live.
Llevo más de 7 años viviendo en esa propiedad.
I've been here for almost 7 years in this property.
No tengo servicios de cocina.
I have no kitchen services.
No tengo piso en mi casa.
I have no floor.
Estuve pagando la renta así por 2 meses.
I was paying my rent for 2 months.
La dueña de la casa me pidió que desalojara, me dio un aviso de 30 días hecho por ella.
The owner has given me the 30 days so I can evacuate the place
Porque tenían que arreglar la casa.
so they can fix the house.
Desde el primer día que ella me habló diciéndome que buscara renta para terminar el contrato,
As of the first day that she contacted me to let me know,
he estado buscando, desafortunadamente no he encontrado nada.
I've been looking, but I haven't found a place.
No tengo servicios absolutamente de nada.
I have no services at all.
Estoy lavando mis trastes afuera.
I've been doing my washing my dishes outside.
A mí se me hace como una discriminación que me están haciendo.
I feel
mi familia.
discriminated,
Tengo menores de edad todavía.
and I still have underage children at my house.
No tengo opciones.
I have no options,
tengo apoyo.
and I have nobody who I can.
Se me hace que me haya pedido la casa en medio de esta pandemia.
I feel bad because she asked me to evacuate at this point of the COVID.
Me está culpando de muchas cosas. Tener que lavar los trastes en la lluvia, cuando estaban los incendios, las cenizas cayeron en mis trastes. No tengo absolutamente nada. Mis hijos y yo nos estamos enfermando mentalmente, psicológicamente, sentimos que no tenemos dónde vivir.
At this point, we feel discriminated. I feel mentally with issues due to that we've been doing our washing dishes outside during the fire time. Now when the rain comes in, I think that's affecting us a lot.
Tengo todas las pruebas.
I have all the proof.
Todas las pruebas. Mi hija fue intervenida a una cirugía, el cual yo le hice saber a la señora antes de eso que no sabía qué hacer porque mi hija estaba mal de salud y el
My
cual iba a
daughter
ser
has been saying
intervenida
that
a una
she actually
cirugía.
went into surgery.
Me dijo que ella no sabía qué hacer.
I did comment the owner about what the situation I was going through, but she said that she has no clue what she can do.
Que yo lo que tenía que hacer es salirme de la casa.
The only thing I was told is that I need to evacuate the house.
Aparte la casa tiene mold y así estamos viviendo en esa
Also,
situación.
the unit, it has a lot of mold.
Okay, gracias.
Gracias.
All right. Any other public comment via Zoom at this point? I see a hand up from calling user 1. I'm assuming that's still Nina Beatty. We're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a minute public comment with this board.
This is Nina Beatty. I protest the failure to follow state and federal rules regarding disabled access, and to the chair, Chair Lopez, to County Council, and to CAO McKee. Not only was I shown no respect and no compassion when I was speaking to you, saying that radiation, EMF emissions make me ill, but I was ignored, and my requests were ignored for disabled accommodation. You are not allowed to ignore me in these requests. State and federal rules require that you engage in a process of interactive dialogue and discussion over appropriate disabled accommodations. So I'm requesting to the CAO and to the County Council that all the supervisors have training in Americans with Disabilities Act and the Americans with Disabilities Amendments Act and their obligations under the law, and that they learn about this. There was no documents presented on the FBI situation, and I also protest the radically shortened
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. We're
public
over time.
comment. This
We're
is
going to
not
go ahead and
appropriate for
go
the
to our
public.
next caller, Eloise Shim. Eloise, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a minute public comment with this board.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, so I did submit an email yesterday about the reference to the 45 sites in Salinas with the resource management agency for Monterey County Supervisors. I'm not sure if you got it, but I wanted to say that I know there's one thing that has to do with the cannabis sites on the agenda. It's item 15, and that has to do with the dispensary. But I wasn't aware that there were 45 sites and about a total of 700 acres dedicated to the growth of cannabis. And the mitigated negative declaration says that there are no environmental things that go with that, but I disagree with that assessment, that there is quite a lot.
Thank you. Time's up. We did receive your letter yesterday as well, and it was distributed through the clerk.
I hope
Thank you. Thank you. All right, at this point, we're going to bring it back, and I see a hand up from Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Alejo.
Supervisor Lopez, I just wanted to comment for the constituent who spoke about the habitability issues of her home. I did want to just let her know that, because I'm not there to give her a card or give her the information, but that she can call California Rural Legal Assistance or the Center for Community Advocacy that help local tenants with those types of issues. If she wants to call my office number, even though we're not there, we will call her back and make sure we get her the phone numbers that are needed. My office phone number is 755-5011. If she leaves me her name and contact information, my staff will call her and make sure we connect her with those services. I know she sounded very worried for her and her family. I just wanted to make sure we try to give her a referral right now, and that I could do the follow-up if she calls my office, and we will make sure to connect with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. They did already leave the room, but our CAO did approach them and share a resource with them in chambers to make sure we get them connected to the appropriate places.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to County Council next.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. One of the non-agenda public comments was talking about an item that was supposed to be on the agenda today, but for some reason did not make it onto Legistar. So RMA is going to process that for December 1st.
Perfect. Thank you. At this point, we're going to start with our scheduled matters, which start with conducting a public hearing on the CDBG funding priorities and goals. I see Darby Marshall in the room, and we'll go to you first, Mr. Marshall.
Good morning, Chair Lopez, members of the board, Darby Marshall, Resource Management Agency. We are here today to conduct the annual public hearing on the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report for the Community Development Block Grant Program. PowerPoint go up? Today, we're asking that the board conduct a public hearing on the CDBG program, funding priorities and goals, consider the draft Urban County Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for 2019-2020, approve the CAPER for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorize the Housing Program Manager to make any minor changes requested by HUD. The notice was published on October 17th, and we did invite comments to be submitted electronically to county staff, or that the board would accept comments today before closing the public hearing. I have not received any comments to date, and my email was and phone numbers were in the public notice. Real quick, an overview of the Urban County 5-year consolidated planning period. We just started the new cycle in July 1st of this year. That will cover the next 5 consolidated plans. Within that period, we will have also 2 joint powers, or actually 3 joint powers authority periods, which is when we allow, by regulation of HUD, to allow jurisdictions that are non-entitlement. So any of the cities besides Monterey, Salinas, or Seaside to join the Urban County, or for any of our partners, Gonzales, Greenfield, Del Rey Oaks, and Sand City, to drop out if they choose to. The annual, at any given time, we are working in probably 3 different planning periods. Annually, the process begins in January of the year before. So in this case, we're talking about December of 2018, January 2019, when we started to solicit funding proposals from the community. That is then processed through as an action plan that comes before the board, typically in the middle of May of the year before the start date. This year we're a little bit different because mid-year Congress gave us additional funding through the CARES Act, and the CARES Act money that came through the CDBG program that is administered by the Housing Office is specifically to address eligible activities within the CDBG program. We're required by HUD to have 2 public hearings annually. We do 2 before the board, one with the adoption of the action plan, and then a second one with the consolidated plan. So what is the CAPER? The CAPER is an annual opportunity for the public to review our CDBG accomplishments, how we have spent our CDBG funds, how these expenditures and accomplishments line up with the goals identified in the consolidated plan, and a cumulative summary of how we have done during that consolidated planning period. Obviously, this being the first year, we're summing up the previous 5 years. This year, we had appropriations for about $4.2 million, with the first coming on in June 2019 with the approval of the action plan. We did 3 substantial amendments. The first one was primarily to add the Sunrose Gardens Transitional Housing Project here in Salinas. That was $1 million that came from a variety of prior year commitments that didn't either spend all the money or were canceled by mutual agreement. The second one was to redirect some funding that the city of Greenfield had. And the third one was a substantial amendment to recognize the $816,000 that we received in CARES Act funding. We do anticipate that we will be coming back with another substantial amendment to the 2019-2020 action plan to recognize a second round of CDBG CARES Act funding, and that will probably be happening early in the next calendar year. Just a couple of limits on CDBG funds. If we get $1 million grant, we can only use 20% of that for admin costs and no more than 15% for public services. Public services would include things like fair housing, youth leadership development programs, the food bank, Meals on Wheels, the United Way. For 2019-2020, that meant we had $278,000 available for admin and $208,769 for public services. We did not draw down that full amount. A couple of our public services came in low, and a lot of the programs that we funded, the large construction type activities, are carrying on into 2020, 2021. As I mentioned, we did receive $816,541 in CARES Act A funding. The board allocated all of that to public services, with the lion's share of it going to the food bank so that they could purchase an additional refrigerated truck and trailer, and about $500,000 worth of food. And that will allow them to reach parts of the county where, with perishable products that they otherwise would not be able to distribute away from established food banks or pantry locations. We have received notice that the county has been allocated an additional $1,049,000 in CARES Act funding, and that's the money that will be coming back for allocation probably early next calendar year. Of that, we can use $209,865 for admin, and then the balance can be used in any combination of ways without respect to that 15% limit on public services. So we are exploring what the community needs are and will be coming forward. Last year, about 800 and, excuse me, unfortunately I don't have my slides, so real quick, last year we funded projects with EAH Housing for Greenfield Commons. That's going to support some property acquisition in Greenfield that will be used to construct 212 units of affordable housing. We also funded Grid Alternatives, which provides solar photovoltaic systems for low-income homeowner, owner-occupied households. Within the public facilities realm of the consolidated plan, we funded purchase of a new fire engine in Greenfield. We, as I mentioned, funded transitional housing at Sunrose Gardens and some improvements to the North County Rec and Park District's skate park and recreation center. Public services include the Boys and Girls Club, specifically their Smart Leaders program in the city of Gonzales, the Central Coast YMCA, and their youth programming for residents at the Pajaro Park, Girls Inc., which does teen leadership development, and this we specifically helped underwrite the activities in the Castroville and Greenfield areas. And the North County Rec and Park District received funding for a nature guide docent program. We funded the food bank and Meals on Wheels to help with some food security issues. And last, within the public service realm, we funded the Central Coast Center for Independent Living and the United Way. If I am available, if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the board? All right, we'll take it out for public comment. Any members of the public wish to comment on this presentation? With that, I'm going to go ahead, and I believe this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing and once again ask the public if they have any input on this item. Seeing no hands going up, nobody in chambers, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I believe at this point we have the consideration of the Urban County Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for consideration by this board. I just want to say thank you to staff. Last week it was exciting to see that new engine get its traditional push-in Greenfield. It was an exciting moment for the community to see a brand new engine coming to town. Without this support, that engine would not be possible. There was a lot of great community outpouring of support for that acquisition, and folks are really excited to see it patrolling town now as they're showing it off here, just to show the community what happens when we work together. And so thank you to staff for helping make that a reality. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I just wanted to make the comment of how much I appreciate the work that this department does. It absolutely is critical to our communities to be able to continue moving forward. Some of the issues around housing and affordable housing are the things that we hold most dear to us. And I just wanted to let the staff know how much I appreciate the good hard work that they put in on this. And when appropriate, I would like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation.
All right, I see no other supervisors' hands, so now's that time, Supervisor.
Motion to approve the staff recommendation. Thank you.
I'll second.
We've got a motion from Adams and a second from Alejo. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. Thank you. With that, we're going to head into item 12, which is to receive and accept the budget end of year report for 1920 from the CAO's office. It's a presentation from Ezekiel Vega. We'll go ahead and look to the Zoom and see if Ezekiel will take the helm. Not sure if he's going to take over the screen as well.
Thank you, Chair, Supervisor Lopez, board members, members of the public. As indicated, my name is Ezekiel Vega, and I'm the budget director for the County of Monterrey. First of all, I would like to thank the staff that work on preparing this report from throughout the departments, and also the budget office staff that help on gathering the information and putting the report together. It is a great endeavor, and it takes a lot of coordination and effort. So thank you all for the work that you do in getting this report together. So with that, I'll start sharing my screen with the presentation. So the recommended actions in front of you are to receive and accept the budget end of year report for fiscal year 1920, and also to authorize modifications to the budget that will allow for a transfer of $269,980 to the Water Resources Agency that will be financed by a transfer of funds from the Building Improvement and Replacement budget. This will be necessary in order to reimburse the Water Resources Agency for an amount that they were charged by the Cauca plant for the cost of the facilities at the Shilling place. We will elaborate more specifically and to do with what this means in the presentation itself. Also, I want to note that this presentation was already presented to the Budget Committee during their October meeting, and the Budget Committee recommended that this will be moved forward to the board for consideration and approval. I also want to point out that the action items in the second and the two bullet points that you see in front of you, in the presentation to the Budget Committee, we were recommending at that point that the transfer of $269,000 comes from unassigned fund balance. Since then, the change has been made to a transfer coming from the Building Improvement and Replacement Fund instead. So that is one change from the presentation that had been made to the Budget Committee at the end of October. So the fiscal year 1920 end of year results are favorable for the county. And this worth pointing out that these results are unaudited until the county audit, the CAFR, is done at the end of this fiscal year by the auditor controller. We will know the actual exact numbers, but typically we present information to the Board of Supervisors in November of each year once the books have been closed and we have a fairly good understanding of where the county ended and present this type of information. So the bottom line on this table that you have in front of you is that the county ended the year favorably with an estimated unassigned fund balance of approximately $0.4 million positive. So in essence, we added that much to our fund balance. And all of that in the midst of the pandemic. So it was just excellent work by the departments managing their budgets and ensuring that the revenues come in to cover the expenses that occurred throughout the year. So if I also want to take note that since we were in the middle of the pandemic, the CARES revenues were actually received by the county sometime in July or August, but none of that money that we received for CARES was allowed to be accrued for fiscal year 1920 due to an accounting rule and a recommendation from our external auditor. So if that CARES revenue will have been recognized in fiscal year 1920, the results could have been better during that fiscal year by an estimated $8.5 million. So part of the reason why we ended the year on a positive balance is because revenue on the non-program revenue actually did better than the budget. As you can see, we have approximately $249 million. You see at the blue section of this chart. The actual was 249 million compared to 232 million compared to the budget. And the main reasons for that revenue doing better than budget was because of discretionary non-program revenue on the cannabis side of the house, and also property taxes doing a little better than anticipated. But overall, when you look at this, obviously revenue was lower than the overall budget, because on the orange or salmon color of the chart, you see that actually the program revenue at the department level was not as strong as originally budgeted. And that is has a direct correlation also to the expenditures at the department level that you will see in the next slides. Following on the trend of revenues and why the county ended the year on a positive level, is property tax has continued to grow over the last few fiscal years. And even though this is a trend that continues, I wanted to take this opportunity to ask the assessor to talk a little bit about property tax and what he sees may happen in the next few years, because even though this revenue has been strong, we cannot expect it to continue to grow at the same level. Is the assessor with us today to be able to make the presentation on this area? Steve, are you with us? I'm not sure if he's here or he's having trouble.
It doesn't look like he's with us, Ezekiel.
Okay, sounds good. So I had a conversation with him about property taxes, and in essence, he just wants to caution the board to ensure that property taxes, even though they have been growing, are not expected to grow as much in the next couple of fiscal years due to the pandemic. So fiscal year 2021, the one that we are currently in, still see some growth, and he expects that there will be some growth also into fiscal year 2021. But he will be bringing a report to the Board of Supervisors and the Budget Committee pretty soon, in the next month or so. So you will be able to see some of that potential decline in property tax. So I think that's the main point that he wanted to make sure that came across. And then on the TOT revenue, which is also another significant revenue for the county, we were actually surprised that TOT did a little better than we expected. As you can see, in fiscal year 1920, we received $21.8 million of this revenue source, when the budget was approximately $24.5 million. So it was not meeting budget, but actually did a lot better than we anticipated, given the pandemic and given the stay-at-home orders that occurred at the beginning of March. So it's something that was surprising to see that TOT did better than we actually anticipated. And also, when you see the decrease for fiscal year 1819 from fiscal year 1920, you can see that in fiscal year 1819, we had one-time revenue that was inflating the revenue for that year related to the U.S. Open. So that's why you see that big dip from fiscal year 1819 to 1920. Continuing on the revenue estimates, we have on the cannabis side, we at the end of fiscal year 1920, the cannabis assignment is estimated to have $26.9 million. This does not account for any actions that the board has taken since July of this fiscal year, so any type of assignments that have been released for specific purposes are not part of this. We're just talking about the ending balance for fiscal year 1920. And I want to make this point, this clarifying point, because when we had made this presentation to the Budget Committee, we were receiving questions of the differences between this number and the number that you receive from the cannabis program staff members on a regular basis. So that's why you will see this number being completely different. Also, I wanted to point out on the cannabis revenue is that effective with fiscal year 2021, the cannabis revenue, all of it has been budgeted for funding programs that will be delivered throughout the fiscal year. And so it is expected that the cannabis assignment may not grow as much unless the cannabis revenue exceeds the budgeted amount, which at this point we have budgeted $15.4 million in fiscal year 2021. So if cannabis revenue comes at a higher number than that, the cannabis assignment may grow. Another thing that I wanted to point out in terms of revenue is that even though we ended the year on a balance note or with a positive result for fiscal year 1920, you could see in the trend in front of you that revenue actually has been almost flat over the last 3 fiscal years, with the just taking into account a revenue decrease in fiscal year 1920 where the emergency communications department moved from the general fund to Fund 28. Then if you take into account that revenue amount, we will be close to the $656 million. So just making the point that overall, the revenue has continued to remain flat over the last 3 fiscal years. So that is in contrast to what you will see in the next slides when it comes to expenditures. So on expenditure side, you see that also for the results for fiscal year 1920, the county also ended the year below budget. And as I mentioned before, it was balanced with revenues and other sources. So the county ended the year in a positive. But when you look at the trend of expenditures for the county and the general fund in particular, you could see that the expenses continue to grow. So it's something that the county is going to have to watch over the next few fiscal years, where revenue is growing in very small increments or remaining flat, and expenditures are continuing to grow. And some of the reasons why that expenditure continues to grow, you can see on the general fund cost drivers that you and most of the public are familiar with by now, where you see that salaries is a significant portion of that. Salaries continue to grow from fiscal year 13-14 to 19-20 by approximately $46 million. Another area of significant growth is pension and health premiums. So as the county starts looking into the future and the new fiscal year, for which we actually will be getting ready to start preparing the budget for the next fiscal year, we'll have to keep an eye on these cost drivers, and we will have to develop strategies on addressing that growth. And if revenue is not sufficient to cover that growth, we will have to take specific actions or recommend actions to the board to make sure that the budget is balanced. In addition to that, something that we need to continue to also keep track of is the unfunded liabilities and the impact that it will have on the county's operations. As you see, unfunded liabilities continue to grow from fiscal year 17-18 to 19-20 by a little over $140 million or so, approximately $140 million from that year to the 19-20 year. So it's something that is going to continue to have a strain on county's finances, and we're going to have to continue to watch that and develop strategies to address what the impact may be for the county. Continuing on the different type of impacts for the county, also you see the COVID-19 impacts. You see that, as indicated in the first slide, we receive approximately $44 million in CARES revenue. Of those $44 million, approximately $8.5 million of that will have been eligible for CARES reimbursement, but due to an accounting rule, we were not able to accrue or recognize that revenue in fiscal year 19-20. So all of that revenue will be recognized the following year. Also, we have received estimates that the overall COVID-19 expenditures by departments were approximately $9.8 million for the prior fiscal year. Going and looking forward into fiscal year 2021, if you recall, when we were presenting the recommended budget to the board, we had mentioned that for fiscal year 2021, we will have to come in the fall and work with you on potentially making reductions to the budget. We had a balanced budget adopted for 2021, but given the pandemic, we needed to have more time to assess what the potential impacts could be to the county. And the table on this slide shows you that based on estimates that we received from departments, that the total potential impact to the county could be approximately $18.3 million. But of those $18.3 million, most of those revenue or expenditure issues that the county may have could be handled by the departments by using either fund balance or reducing expenditures on their existing budget. So when you really look at this entire table, the two areas that actually have concerns that still are not addressed are the Resource Management Agency of approximately $2.5 million and the Health Department, even though it shows a $5.7 million potential deficit, after taking into account some of the CARES revenues that could be applied to some of those costs, the net amount that was presented to us was $2.9 million. So we have asked those two departments to come up with a plan and present what they anticipate or how they are going to address these potential problems So they're going to be coming to the budget committee with a specific plan in December and presenting what the solutions will be to addressing those estimated deficits in their departments. So given that most of the other deficits and all of the other departments actually have been addressed except for those two departments, the budget office at this point is not going to be recommending making additional changes to the fiscal year 2021 budget. The budget will stay as is, but those two departments will have to bring specific actions to the budget committee and then to the board. And just to show how the county results for fiscal year 1920 have impacted the strategic reserve over time, you could see that the county actually has done pretty well. And this fiscal year, even though we were in the middle of the pandemic, the county was able to actually meet the 10% of general fund revenues set by board policy. We had a $66.5 million fund balance at the end of last year, and we added approximately $500,000 to complete that or to meet that 10% goal. So given the unprecedented challenges that the county has faced, and given that we are continuing to face challenges, it is important to note that even in the middle of all of that, the county has done well on meeting that % general fund reserve, which helps the county in the long run to be a financially stable organization. And it also has allowed the county to earn the highest credit rating with credit rating agencies for the end of fiscal year 1920. And in fact, we just received a review about 3-4 weeks ago from Fitch, and that highest rating for the county has been maintained as well. And just one last point on this slide I wanted to point out that is that it is important for a county to have this type of reserves to be able to help with unprecedented or unforeseen circumstances. As you can see in fiscal year 16-17, you could see that the strategic reserve balances decreased from $56.1 million to about $27 million. And that was because of the flooding damage that occurred to the county due to the storms. But the county was able to weather that storm per se, no pun intended, and then because of the solid financial footing that he had by allocating a prudent strategic reserve as part of his general fund operations. So now moving specifically to performance by specific departments in the fiscal year 1920 results. This table here has a lot of numbers, and it has overall some departments that met their budget goals, some departments that had challenges with their budget goals. But overall, when you look at the bottom line, you can see that positive result of $3.8 million compared to budget from all the different departments in the general fund. And as that, I just want to give credit again to the departments for the prudent management of their operations. And I also want to point out that in some instances for some of these departments, like social services that shows a significant deficit, and also for the health department, that, for example, in the health department, if the CARES revenue will have been allowed to be recorded in fiscal year 1920, they will not have had a deficit shown on this table. So it is a one-time event that would have been resolved with revenue that the county actually received. And for social services, they actually recognize revenue that is in excess of the deficit that is shown also on this table. And as of the end of October, most of that revenue that they had recognized had been received. So the deficit, in essence, that you see in the table was eliminated. So overall, the results for the county were positive. And you could see similar stories on other departments where if it wasn't for the pandemic, the results will have been much better. Moving on to other funds outside of the general fund, the road fund also ended the year with a positive balance, and it was higher by $7.1 million than the beginning fund balance at the beginning of the year. The library fund also ended the year with a positive balance by approximately $1.8 million higher than the beginning of the year. And that was a result mainly on the delay from the implementation of a couple of capital projects, the bookmobile purchase, the Bradley and Parkfield libraries, and the Greenfield Library carpet installation. So once those projects are completed, some of this fund balance will be utilized, but they ended the year on a positive note. On the other end, the Behavioral Health Fund actually had a decrease of approximately $2 million for the fiscal year, but they had approximately $13 million that they had earned for the fiscal year, but were not received by the end of the accrual period, which was the end of August. A lot of that revenue has been received to date. So if that revenue had been received timely, then they will not have had a decrease in fund balance. And then for emergency communications, they ended the year with a balance of approximately $1 million. And this is the first year that this Fund 28, is accounted for outside of the general fund. So the operations for emergency communications were in the past in the general fund. So overall, them ending the year with a $1 million balance means that over the year, they had a positive activity. Then other funds, also the Natividad Medical Center, also saw a decrease in fund balance. And as indicated on the slide, most of this reduction is a result of expenditures exceeding revenues during the fiscal year, and obviously they were impacted by the pandemic, as probably one of the departments, along with the health department, which have had some of the most significant impacts due to the pandemic. But overall, they continue to show strong gains on revenue and also control of expenditures. On the Parks and Lakes Resort, they ended the year actually with a decrease of approximately $470,000 in their fund balance. And they also had presented this specific item to the Budget Committee and to the Board of Supervisors, requesting that approximately $933,000 were funded or to replenish the restricted funds of the lakes. So this action item actually was brought to the Board of Supervisors a few weeks ago on October 20th, and the Board of Supervisors already received a report on the Parks and Lakes Resorts operations and approved a transfer of $933,000 plus $470,000 to cover the deficit during the fiscal year and to replenish the lake's restricted funds for the prior years. And then, as indicated in the first slide, the Water Resources Department had an issue where they had been overcharged by approximately $269,000 through the cow cap for facilities cost of the shilling facility. This had to do with an error that occurred on the distribution methodology that was provided to the Auditor Controller's Office by the department who handles the distribution of facilities cost. Upon review by the Budget Office, the department that provides these estimates, and the Auditor Controller's Office and the Budget Office, we came to the conclusion that this error had been made and are recommending that $269,000 is transferred to the Water Resources Agency to refund them in essence for this error that was discovered. So overall, these are the recommended actions, just a recap of what you had seen on the first slide. And without anything else to add, I will take any questions at this point.
Any questions from members of the board? Let's see if I can change my view here. All right, any questions from members of the public? Seeing no hands up and nobody in room, I'll bring it back to the board. All right, Mr. Vega, today we're looking to approve, receive and accept the budget end of year report, correct? And we need a motion for that?
Correct.
So moved.
Got a motion from Alejo.
And I'll second that. And I just wanted to comment that to express my appreciation to the departments. It's been the end of 2019-20 was a tumultuous one, and to have the departments managing their budgets so effectively, even with all the changing conditions, it really has put us in a better financial and budget position than we might have expected. So just want to express my thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Alejo, any additional comments?
No, just want to thank our staff, again, budget staff as a member of the budget committee, but also as Supervisor Parker just said, some of our departments really trying to stay within budget, including the Sheriff's Department. Certainly appreciate that budget monitoring throughout the year and really trying to scale down I think this is one of those better budgets from that department and that I've seen since I've been a supervisor. So I just want to commend their budget team and for making those needed checks till we stay within budget, but also just point out to the public that how critical the federal CARES funding was for us. I think we would have been in a different position had we not received the $45 million in federal CARES money, which I think really helped not only Monterey County, but counties and local cities throughout the state of California. Thank you.
Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, it was a good report, and I agree. Our various agencies have done a great job. And we did a great job in keeping through the pandemic, keeping all our people working. But down the road, I think we're going to see a drop in property taxes, and we're obviously going to see a decimation of TOT. And with the cost of pensions and health insurance going up, we're going to have some rough times ahead in the coming years.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I agree. It's always nice in the face of what's going on in the outside world to see that we've had such a healthy budget to be able to look at. Unfortunately, I was unable to unmute myself, and I did have a couple of quick questions, if I could, for Mr. Vega. If we could please go back to slide 6. I just want to be sure that I understood this correctly. Okay, let's see here. So this, of course, is the cannabis fund, one of the things I'm very interested in. And it was unclear to me if what we are saying is that the cannabis fund is no longer going to be its assignment account, but that the revenue that will be generated in the future from cannabis will be put into the general fund and will be dispersed essentially through the ongoing expenses of the county. Am I correct in that?
What we are saying is that the cannabis program, as you well indicated, has in the past been funding on an ongoing basis just specific expenditures approved by the board. For example, the cannabis program itself, the program staff, or specific programs for within a specific departments like the health department or RMA or the sheriff. And that revenue was used to fund those expenditures on that program. And then any excess revenue for those fiscal years was set aside on the cannabis assignment fund, which is the result of the accumulation of funds as you see here on the chart. Mm-hmm. With fiscal year 2021, because we were having a difficult budget year, when we presented the recommended budget to the Board of Supervisors, we had recommended that all of the cannabis revenue that will be expected to be received for that fiscal year will be used to fund ongoing programs, including the cannabis program, plus other programs that will be also be funded in other departments in general for general service departments. So that is what happened beginning with fiscal year 2021. In fiscal year 21-22, we will be bringing to the board a similar type of approach, and it will be up to the board to decide what direction this is going, whether it continues with the direction that changed in fiscal year 2021, or you want to revert back to the direction in prior years. And given that we are going to have a difficult year from our office perspective, we're going to most likely recommend that cannabis revenue on an ongoing basis is used to fund ongoing expenditures in the general fund.
So I guess I'm struggling with this because I went back through the notes from the budget hearing, from the Board of Supervisors hearing of the budget back in June. And unfortunately, there is no recorded viewing of that particular meeting, but we did go back and look at many of the notes in the minutes. And I don't recall the board making a specific vote to change the cannabis revenue from its assignment account and put it into the general fund, which of course, from my perspective, is the exact opposite of what we had promised to our community when we went into the cannabis program. And so I'm really struggling with this, and perhaps, there are 3 other supervisors or 4 other supervisors who will be able to tell me that I'm incorrect and that we did decide that we would take the cannabis fund and stop the assignment account and put it into the general fund to be able to pay for, ensuring that we keep, all of the programs going that we have within the county. But I really need clarification on that before I will feel comfortable, moving forward with this.
So, Madam Supervisor, if I can try and clarify, and if I have this incorrect, I'm sure Mr. Woods or Mr. Vega will chime in. My understanding is that the assignments will continue, and the funds in the assignment will be those funds from cannabis revenue in excess of cannabis revenue that has been designated for certain departments. I know most of it's not ongoing, but there are some ongoing efforts by departments that have been approved by the board. They were approved in the budget at the budget hearings last year. So the majority of it will still go into the assignment, but there are pieces that are of the cannabis that goes through the general fund to those individual departments to, for example, the health department has been doing some work on, education and those kinds of things using cannabis funds.
So so this is beyond the cost of the cannabis work. This is additional programs that are non-cannabis related. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there are pieces of it, I guess. There's some, that are, if the board said, yes, we're going to use, approved funding for whatever the program is that through cannabis, and if it was an ongoing program, that's where this general fund general fund contribution piece would go on.
And so, if I could, Dwayne, as I remember it, we did have that very lengthy discussion here off the dais about that, and I know because I kind of fought it for a while and tried to get that to go. But what I understood from that was that we were assigning each year a certain amount from cannabis revenues out, not the entire balance of everything coming in.
Correct.
At that point, I remember the number was about 15 million or so.
Yeah, you're correct. So if we could think of 2 buckets here. Dwayne Woods, County Administrative Office. One bucket is the bar that you're looking at, and it's like, think of it as a savings account. Today you have $26.9 million in the savings account, but you also have another bucket, which is your ongoing cannabis revenue that runs anywhere from 15 million to 17 million. It may fluctuate. It's still a that was one of your points, Chair, was it's still a volatile revenue. We don't know exactly what it looks like, but in last year's budget process, what we were required to do in order to not have major reductions in core programs was build into the ongoing budget some of the ongoing revenue of about I think it's about $15.1 million that was built into the ongoing budget. So that didn't touch the assignment, and that 26.9 million isn't part of that. That's just the savings account. But what it did do is it consumed your ongoing revenue. So if you have 15.1 million assigned out to various departments just to keep core services up and running, if you only get 15.2 million, then you'll have 100,000 go into the assignment. If you get 17 million, then you'll get another couple $1 million that go into the assignment. But since the 15.1 is already allocated for ongoing expenses of the ongoing revenue, it's only the delta from there that will go into the assignment going forward. So you won't see the growth. Now, that, as Mr. Vega said, every year that's a policy decision for the board to make. You made that policy decision after a great discussion last year to use 15 million. And you'll have that policy discussion this year. But part of the problem is once you build that ongoing revenue into ongoing expenses, pulling it out is very disruptive to core programs. So what we're saying is it will probably be a stagnant amount that we're recommending to keep of that cannabis ongoing, of that 15 million, if going forward. But that is ultimately a discussion to have later. This isn't a policy decision today. This is just talking about what happened last year. So receipt and approval of the recommendations right now have nothing to do with any of this discussion about policy decisions. That will come during the workshop and the recommended budget time.
And will it be absolutely clear when we have that discussion that it's not just going to get rolled into everything else, Dwayne? I'm so worried about that because of course, once you put 15.1 in, and it's to cover, expenses in X category, well, exponentially, those expenses aren't going to be 15.1. They're going to be, 17.2 or whatever it is, that just the by nature of the necessary growth. I just want to be sure that when we have this brought forward, it's pulled out and looked at as a separate entity, that it isn't going to be just sort of glossed over.
What I just said right now will actually, I'll say the same thing, I hope, when we go through our budget deliberations. And if that was clear, then it will be clear, because I'll try to make it as clear as possible. But you're 100% correct, Supervisor Adams. Expenses do grow, but as a policy, it'll be up to the board how much they choose to allocate, where and when. But as a recommendation, we're looking at probably holding the line at that 15 million from prior years. So any growth would go into the assignment, but that is also going to create stress on core programs because, as you said, the costs do increase.
Thank you
Can
for
we
that.
go quickly to council?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. No matter how you characterize this as part of an assignment or not, the cannabis tax was approved as a general tax, and it has to be remain available on an annual basis for the board to decide how to utilize that revenue. That's how a general tax is implemented. So we need to remember this is a general tax, not a special tax. Thank you.
Back to you, Supervisor Adams. Any other questions?
Thanks very much for the clarity, for the explanation and clarifying things for me. And I'll look forward to ensuring that we track this closely as we go into next year's budget planning. Thanks. Thank you. And thanks very much for your good work on this, Ezekiel.
All right, so looking back at this, we have no additional hands up from board members. We did already go to the public on this item, and I have Supervisor Alejo with a motion, which is items B and C under item 12, and Supervisor Parker with a second. Can I just get confirmation that those stand?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. With that, we'll go to item 13, which is a presentation from Annette Diadamo and Eric Chatham regarding a response to referral number 2020-25 by Supervisor Alejo and myself.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez and board members. I'm here to request that you approve changes to the board's legislative program to authorize Monterey County's support of state and federal legislative advocacy efforts aimed at addressing the digital divide. And this is in response to Board Referral 2020.25 by Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez. That referral states that it is to support collaborative efforts to address the digital divide in partnership with local school districts, cities, the County of Monterey, and community partners to address the digital divide for our local students and all other county residents, and to advocate for solutions at the state and federal level. So this report addresses that second portion of the referral related to state and federal advocacy. The county does currently have some language in its currently adopted legislative program around broadband and telecommunications. I want to share that with you right now if I can. All right, are you able to see that? Yes. Fantastic. Okay, so this is the language that's in our current legislative program. And what we're wanting to do is to make some changes to expand that, because we know that the pandemic has really underscored the critical need for broadband infrastructure. And for a lot of reasons, I know we're short on time today. I won't go into a full major presentation, but this is key to both the success of the transitions that we've made for at-home schooling and, at-home working, workforce adaptations, changes to healthcare, to e-commerce, that we really need to expand our efforts around broadband. And we also know that the lack of internet access is a socio-economic inequality issue because of where broadband access and cellular access currently don't exist within the county. In recent weeks, the State Senate and Assembly have held informational hearings related to addressing the digital divide and challenges for distance learning, work, and telemedicine. And issues identified in the hearings include addressing gaps in broadband coverage, insufficient broadband speeds, inequities in connectivity, device and tablet availability, provider plans, and the need to increase digital literacy programs. So initial discussion on possible comprehensive solutions have included introduction of a major broadband bond measure in the 2021 California legislative session, more consistent permitting, and granting local governments the ability to pass bonds and special taxes with a 55% vote. I'd also like to note that broadband issues have been a major focus of the California State Associations of Counties annual conference, which is currently taking place. So on October 22nd, the board's legislative committee received a report on the legislative advocacy strategies to address the disparate impacts of the pandemic on communities of color in the county, and a portion of those recommendations related directly to broadband access. So what you see here on your screen is some additional language that the legislative committee recommended that we add immediately to the legislative program. This is so that we can support those statewide efforts in advance of the board adopting its 2021 legislative program, which will go to the board for adoption in January of 2021. The remainder of the board referral will be addressed separately by Eric Chatham, and I know that he is on the Zoom call today if you have questions from him. But what we're looking today is for approval to add these modifications to the current legislative program. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Eric, you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Supervisor. The rest of the information will be in a future board report, but just to give a few of the highlights that we've been working on from the IT space is we've been working with completing some of the fiber implementation with Charter Communications to a lot of the areas that didn't have high-speed internet. They are almost done with that. It's been a 3-year program that we've been working with them on. We've also reached out and provided information to the school districts around the providers with their Lifeline program that provide lower cost internet speed for low-income families. And we've been worked with them as also with AT&T, identifying locations of the areas where a lot of the school work from home were impacted, and worked with them on getting both laptops, tablets, and cellular internet devices provided to them so that they could do more at-home learning and schooling. We also just finished a design for expanding our Wi-Fi, our public Wi-Fi access that we allow at all of our county buildings to doing more external Wi-Fi access around some of those buildings, so folks could be in even a parking lot or walking by a county building would have a Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi access across that, which would allow them to, do some of the different work that they may need to do. So we've looked at other opportunities. We continue to work with all the providers, Charter, AT&T, Verizon, and Comcast on how do we continue to expand and stay in contact with the school districts on all the work that they've been doing and helping them with the the $1 million that was granted by the board for them to purchase a lot of the hotspots and things to allow the devices to be used by the students for at-home learning. We'll provide an actual written report at a future meeting.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
At this point, I'll go to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, and thank you to our staff, and thank you to Eric for his expertise and leadership on this, along with Ned and Ashley. This is an exciting topic only because we're also seeing the energy behind it, not only with the 2 hearings in the Assembly and the Senate, but I'm hearing that a bill on a broadband bond will actually be filed on the first day of legislative session. So we're going to follow up with those potential authors. But this is exciting because Monterey County could be a true leader as a county, as a local government, really helping lead a charge and really pushing this issue, as it's not only a school district issue for our students, but it's truly a local government's issue that we could really partner and lead on. And on Thursday, the CSAC Board of Directors at our meeting will be voting on whether to add these same goals as part of our 2021 legislative platform. So our state association would also seems to be close to approving this as part of their legislative platform for next year. So we're definitely excited and hope that we could approve this today and lead not only in the broadband bond, but the needed reforms to the state programs. The digital literacy is something that has come up a lot during these hearings, especially by State Superintendent Tony Thurman. The only missing piece I saw on the list was potential legislation to help expedite permitting when local governments are collaborating or leading on infrastructure infrastructure project. That was also raised by the state superintendent because that seems to be something that slows these projects down. And certainly with the potential bond, that should also be part of the discussion about how could we facilitate permitting so these projects get done sooner. But I know among the colleagues on the past conversations, colleagues from the rural counties, suburban and urban counties alike, Democrat or Republican, seem to be on board that something significant needs to be done next year in this session. And I think the timing is right. So I would ask for support on this, and I'd like to make the motion at the right time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Sounds good. Any other supervisors with comments on this particular item? Supervisor Adams.
Just as co-chair of the legislative committee, I wanted to ensure that everyone understands my full support of this, and I'll be happy to second the motion when the time is appropriate.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and take this to the public, see if we have any public comment on this item. I see a hand up from an 831 number ending in 902. We're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 1 minute public comment with this board is today's limit, and we'll go ahead and start that as soon as we hear your voice.
This is Nina Beatty. I request again disabled accommodation to make longer comments. I also request that there's no modification to the legislative language at present. The board and the California Council of Counties is unaware, apparently, I don't understand how, of a lawsuit at the FCC level where there were funding available for wired access to the home for fiber optics, that this funding had been received by telecommunications carriers, and they had changed the funding. They had moved the funding into their wireless operations. The group was called the Irregulators. They won their lawsuit, and now the states have the responsibility of taking back this funding that's already been paid for by the public to make sure that there's fiber to the premises throughout California. So there's no bond measure needed at all. I want to state that the disparate impact that's happening to people in your county, including myself, is of being blocked by wireless radiation, and more cell towers and more hotspots harm people. There's been your departments are not including the health department in assessing the effects of wireless radiation on these children in their homes. I want disabled accommodation to be.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to see if we have any additional public comment. All right. Then I'm going to bring it back to the board, and before we get the motion in second, just want to say, obviously, I was proud to sponsor this with Supervisor Alejo as a referral, and today I'm going to be happy to support this, knowing that we're doing what we can to help bridge the gap. I know that I've heard presentations from folks that sometimes try to downplay that digital divide, saying, well, it's a small percentage of California who doesn't have access to the major networks and Wi-Fi, but we matter too. We are the small percentage, and we don't have access in a lot of our communities. I know in North County as well as in South County, the distance between homes, hubs, and networks just isn't there for us, and our kids are falling behind due to their lack of access to the internet. And as we also look at the emerging world of telecommuting, it's obviously becoming a bigger opportunity for folks, and we don't know what the future is going to look like with folks being able to off-site in terms of doing their work, and we want to make sure that our entire county is an attractive place for folks to relocate and put their dollars and buy locally at grocery stores and invest in local land, and all that happens with access to the internet in today's modern world. And so while we might stay hyper-focused on certain aspects at certain times, I want to be clear that this overall is an economic improvement issue for our entire county. It's an issue about equity throughout California, and that's why I'm going to be proud to support this effort today. And with that, I'm going to open it up to Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation, but if we could also add supporting legislation for streamlined permitting for these digital divide projects when local governments are involved in the project.
We have a motion with an addition.
I'll
Supervisor
second
Adams?
that. Yes, I'll second that with the addition.
Supervisor Phillips, I see you've unmuted yourself. Did you want to share a comment with us?
No, I'm good.
All right. Then with that, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. With that, we will recess back to closed session, reconvening for open session here in Chambers at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. Thank you. We're just waiting for Supervisor Parker to join us. She had a power outage at home. Give her just one more minute. We'll get started here. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on our public agenda items for this afternoon. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, either in room or via Zoom. At this point, we're going to kick off with our scheduled matters. Dr. Gray, can we get you? Thank you. At this point, we're going to go ahead and start with our afternoon items, which start with item 14, which is a briefing on COVID-19, its impacts and action proposals and plans to address those impacts. Mr. Chulos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. We have several items to go over with you this afternoon. We'd like to start with Dr. Moreno, Christy Mishi, and Elsa Jimenez giving an update on local and state COVID metrics, a testing update, and other matters related to the COVID pandemic from the health department perspective. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Ed Moreno, Health Officer and Director of Public Health for Monterey County. I'm joined by Christy Mishi, who is the Assistant Director of Public Health. I'm going to start sharing my screen. Okay. Chair Lopez, do you see the presentation?
We do.
Okay. All right, well, again, good afternoon. I'll be providing some data and update on state metrics, and then some update on guidance based on some of the metrics that we're facing. So first, the data and the metrics. So supervisors, statewide, we have a rapid rate of increase in the rate of new cases of COVID-19. And according to Secretary Galley, it may be the fastest our cases have gone up in a period of time here in California with this pandemic. And it's being experienced throughout the state in various regions. The state's goal, as well as ours, is first of all, to slow down the spread of COVID-19 during this pandemic. But in doing so, we also want to preserve our ability of our healthcare facilities to take care of patients when they need it. And we will continue to work with, the health department will continue to work with all our partnering agencies, our healthcare facilities, and the general public to do what we can to make sure that our hospitals don't get overrun with patients. As far as the state metrics, a week or two ago, there were 9 counties in the purple tier or tier 1. And as of yesterday, the state made an announcement one day earlier of tier assignments for counties. And in that announcement, 41 counties are now in the purple tier, 11 are in red, and only a few are not. There's only 4 in the orange and 2 in yellow. And Supervisor, you've been accustomed to seeing the report that we give, which includes a equity index based on the positivity rate among our lowest quartile census tracts, and being that none of the counties are going to be moving into less restrictive tiers, the state has suspended temporarily reporting on that particular metric. The state has also let us know that they may be reviewing the data again, running their formulas again, actually later this week. They may not be waiting until next Monday or Tuesday, depending on how the case rate looks over the next few days. This is information that the governor provided. It is showing the initial increase in case rate. That's the number of cases per 100,000 in California. And this shows that mid-June had a very rapid rise in cases. So within 1 week, there was a 39% increase in the case rate statewide. And the state epidemiologists have looked at the most recent rate, or one of the most recent rates, which was from November 1st through 7th, 1 week again, but there's been a 51% increase in the case rate statewide. So this is the cause for concern statewide. Locally, this is should be a familiar graph that we show. It's actually a chart that shows the number of cases we have in Monterey County. The orange bars show the number of individuals who are diagnosed with COVID-19 who do not require hospitalization, and the green bars show the number of individuals that do require hospitalization. So the numbers have increased. We were in the low 300s here. Now we're in about 500. Fortunately, the number of hospitalizations does not appear to be as great as we had seen in the months of June and July. June and July in this area here. But we are in a weekly and regular communication with our hospitals to understand how COVID is impacting them. This is information that is reported from the hospitals, and we can see now that where the hospital bed census had been around 30 per day across our hospitals through September, October. Now in November, the number of hospital beds that have people with COVID-19 are increasing. So we're no longer having approximately 30 a day in the county. We're now reached, as of 2 days ago, 51 individuals hospitalized with COVID-19. So that is definitely going up. At this time, we continue to have approximately 39% of our ICU beds available, as reported by hospitals, and that was, however, that was 48 hours ago. There's, based on a recent, one of our regular calls with the hospital, there is some concern that the increasing number of hospitals census count for COVID-19 may impact the number of individuals that wind up in the ICU, which then impacts the availability of ICU beds for Monterey County residents and visitors. So as a result of this, the Governor and Secretary of Health implemented what they call the Blueprint Emergency Brake, which is thinking about looking at how counties have been working hard to reduce transmission to move into less restrictive tiers. When cases increase, the opposite occurs, and that is counties no longer move into less restrictive tiers. They either stay where they're at, or in some cases need to move into a more restrictive tier. So the tier assignments were being assigned every Tuesday. The state has let all of us know that they may decide, depending on how things go, to implement tier assignments that put counties into more restrictive tiers as the need occurs. They may not wait till a particular day of the week. And the state has moved some counties more than one tier. So the previous framework indicated that a county would move into a more restricted tier, and if they don't meet the requirements for that tier, then 2 weeks later they'd move into a more restrictive tier. The state has already taken action to move some counties directly into more tiers, 2 tiers higher than they were previously. And in addition, in order to act quickly and to address this very rapid rise in COVID-19 cases statewide, the state is not waiting for 2 weeks to occur. If the county meets the metrics for 1 week for a more restrictive tier, then they've been moved into a more restrictive tier. The state is still using the most reliable data to complete the assessment, which is primarily labs that are reported electronically through the state's EPI system. And the counties will be, if the county does move into a more restrictive tier, the county and the businesses and organizations in that county are expected by the state to implement the more restrictive restrictions within a day rather than within 3 days. So that's also an additional change. And finally, tier adjudication, which is what we had requested, and our adjudication request was not approved. But from this point on, the state will most likely not be approving any tier adjudication requests to either move to a less restrictive tier or to stay in the tier they're already in if the indices show that they should go into a more restrictive tier. So that's the state using its discretion to take several measures to try to act quickly and slow down the spread of COVID-19 throughout California. So this is, again, hopefully a familiar table where we have the Monterey County specific metrics, and our adjusted case rate is 14.1, and which is in purple still. Our test positivity rate is 6.1, which is in red, and our HPI lowest quartile is in red. We do have this as showing this graph here. We have, like the rest of the state, an increase in case rate. This is now, we were down adjusted case rate in around 8. It jumped to 10, and now it's 14.1 this last rating period. And then these two positivity rates, the gray being the equity index, which Christy Mishi, as I mentioned earlier, she went ahead and provided us this information, even though the state isn't providing it. It's 7.3 yesterday, but our positivity rate for the county is overall is 6.1. So both of these are now in the have both increased, and but fortunately the difference between these two is hopefully getting smaller, which is one of the things that we're trying to achieve, not just Monterey County, but statewide, is try to allocate resources to those census tracts that are in the lowest healthy places index quartile. So there is less of a disparity among countywide and among that particular quartile in Monterey County. So given all that we're seeing in California here in Monterey County, the state, as I just shared with you, has stepped in and took quick steps to try to slow down the spread of COVID-19. And we get back to what is it that we need to do, because we're still in the middle of a pandemic. We still need to work hard and be hopeful that we can slow this down and get back to a place where some of our businesses can begin to reopen again. So in order to get there, there's still things that we need to continue to do. We need to promote behaviors that reduce spread, such as limiting gatherings, delaying or postponing travel, continue to wear face coverings, and have social distancing when we leave our homes. And we also need to continue to find ways to support businesses and employees who are trying to comply with state requirements. We need to continue to increase our testing opportunities and follow it up with isolation and quarantine. So we are focusing our testing in higher positivity rate areas so that we can get people who are positive into isolation and stop spreading COVID. We also are continuing to provide pop-up testing sites, which I'll get to in a moment, and expand the California Department of Public Health sponsored sites as well, and facilitate distribution of rapid antigen tests to those healthcare facilities that can use it according to the FDA guidance. And we continue to expand public health lab capacity. We want to, again, we will continue to do conduct case investigation and contact tracing to get people isolated in quarantine so they don't spread the disease. And we are also working with our healthcare providers to make sure that they are continue to provide messaging and instructions to people who are symptomatic and test and are waiting for their test results so that those individuals can isolate. And they do, those healthcare providers are continue to refer to the Emergency Operations Center to get people into isolation that may be waiting for the test result if they're symptomatic, if they can't isolate properly at home. We are working, Elsa Jimenez is working to continue to look for ways to roll out stipends that offset lost wages for individuals who have to isolate as well. And we are finally, an additional strategy is we continue to plan for vaccine allocation distribution here in Monterey County. So we have, we in the state are continue to survey our healthcare providers and different organizations to find out how many people fall into particular groups, which may be prioritized by the state of California and us regionally to receive the vaccine first. And of course, we want to get as many people vaccinated against influenza. So I'll move on to some of the updates. Based on this experience, we have CDPH has offered face covering guidance. This is an update on face coverings. And the state is now saying that there is growing evidence that cloth-based coverings not only prevent you from spreading COVID, but it might also protect the person who's wearing it. So I'm sure there'll be more to come there. So again, good to cover your face, and face coverings need to be worn statewide, regardless of the tier assignment when people are outside, unless there are some exceptions. And those exceptions include people who, if you're driving a car and there's only people from your household in the car, you don't need to wear a mask in the car while you're driving. If you're working alone in a room in an office at work, you don't need to wear the face covering. If someone's eating or drinking, like dining outdoors, as long as they're 6 feet away from someone else, they don't need to eat while they're eating or drinking. And people, when you're outdoors, if you're hiking, if you're getting exercise, you don't need to wear the face covering, but you need to have one available, because if you have to cross paths on a bike path or a trail with someone that you don't know and is not living with you, then put on face covering until you get past that person. People are also exempt from those are obtaining services that, like personal services, where they have to get to the face to provide that service. You can remove it at that time. And if workers are required to wear more protective equipment than a face covering, then they should follow those requirements. Let's see, the state still says that if you're 2 years or older, you should wear it, but not younger than that. And there's certain people with medical conditions or mental health conditions or other conditions that it's not, it wouldn't be appropriate to wear face covering, particularly if it would obstruct their breathing and they can't take it off themselves, then those individuals shouldn't be wearing face coverings. And there are some people who are, for example, hearing impaired and have to see someone's face or see another person's face. So removing face coverings to communicate those situations makes sense. So these are just a few exceptions. There are no new schools that have received approval for in-class instruction through a waiver. There is some new guidance from the state on gatherings. So again, the state has clarified on gatherings up to 3 households, but the fewer the better, and keep those 3 households together stable over time. Don't change out households from your groups. As far as location, we're in purple tier, so county people can gather if they choose to, but it has to be outside. And outdoors is definitely safer than indoors. And if someone feels sick, they should not be gathering with other people. People who are high risk for severe illness or dying from COVID-19 are encouraged not to participate in gatherings of any kind. And while you're at gatherings, keep your distance, use hand hygiene, maintain 6 feet of distance, wear a face covering, and keep it short. The state recommends 2 hours or less, ideally. The longer you meet with people, the more likely transmission will occur. And in our purple tier, people are discouraged from singing, but it's not prohibited. So if people sing, keep in mind, you could spread COVID, the virus that causes COVID, beyond 6 feet. And so make sure you're covering your face and try to increase the distance between you and other people. And then there is one more advisory on travel the state put out. State recognizes that if people travel from outside California into California, or even if Monterey residents leave California and come back in, we're likely traveling to a place that could have even higher rates of COVID. And so non-essential travel, this is advice around non-essential travel, and that is that persons who are coming into California should quarantine for 14 days after they come back in to limit the likelihood they're going to spread it to people here, other people in California, and highly encouraged to stay local. I'm going to move into COVID-19 testing now. As I mentioned, we have approved from the state to increase testing from 132 to 165 individuals a day at our sites in Seaside and in Salinas. We have approval for a new fixed pedestrian site at Castroville Library, a drive-through in South County, and we'll have, we just found out today, it's one traveling team that we've been received, not two traveling teams. So I'll be working with the schools and the skilled nursing facilities to see what we can do with one traveling team to do screening. And we have COVID testing coming up, so the public should be aware that we're going to be in at St. Theodore's Church today till 5 o'clock. No appointment is necessary. You can walk up and get tested. We also have these following pop-up testing sites for the rest of the week and next Tuesday and Wednesday in Gonzales, in Salinas, in Greenfield, and in King City. And folks can go to our website to get more information on these testing sites. And we continue to be at Seaside and Cesar Chavez Libraries from 8:30 to 7:30. And again, here's the website people can go to find out more about these testing opportunities and other testing opportunities. Moving on, supervisors, to COVID-19 vaccine. Safety is the most important thing, making sure it's safe and effective. We won't have large supplies in the beginning, so we will be prioritizing groups to receive the vaccine at first, and then we can expand to other populations and other groups after more vaccine becomes available. The vaccine is probably not going to be available for children and pregnant women, but we'll have to see what the FDA decides, because the trials did not include children or very many children or pregnant women. So we'll have to wait to see what the recommendation there will be, and that they will likely require 2 doses. We are working with the state on allocation, which is how much do we get in Monterey County, and distribution, who's going to get it. So we are going to be updating this information as time goes on. And as finally, it is influenza season now, and people really should get a flu shot during a pandemic, because if you get flu or COVID-19, the symptoms may look very similar. In either case, you're going to be staying home from work. And so at least we have right now vaccine for one of these viral illnesses. So please get the vaccine. And now the state, I believe the state and the CDC are now recognizing that individuals who have COVID-19 or been exposed or recovering COVID-19 may be more vulnerable to influenza and more likely to die. So again, another reason to get vaccinated. And for flu, we do have a vaccine clinic on November 18th at Soledad High School. Again, this one I believe is a drive-through, no appointment necessary. Again, go to our website and look for more information on this and other influenza vaccine opportunities. So with that, turn it back and answer any questions. And Christy Mishi's also available to answer questions as you like.
Let's actually keep going. Actually, let me see if there's any supervisors with questions at this point. All right, seeing no hands, I'll go back to you, Nick.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to now turn to Chris Donnelly, our Workforce Development Board Director, to give the board and the public an update on COVID-19 impacts on the local economy and also on the status of the Small Business Relief Fund, which was created by the board last month with CARES Act funding. So Chris, if you're on the line.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Lopez. I'm going to try to share my screen, unless you already have that up there, but okay. This time it's not allowing me to share my screen.
1 second here, Julian's bringing up your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, we can all see it now, Chris.
Okay, so we can go to the next slide. So this is just an update that we put together some information for Supervisor Parker and also Congressman Panetta's office. And this just gives some information in regards to where we are with our most vulnerable sectors in Monterey County, and that's accommodation and food services. And the graph shows some historical data from September 2010 with the Great Recession, and also currently with COVID-19 and the impact of has it had with accommodation and food services. Nationally, there's been about 7.5 million jobs that have been lost due to COVID-19, where people have been laid off or furloughed workers. And locally in Monterey County, we're seeing our two sectors showing a 24.7 loss in employment from last year. So that is a decrease in both those sectors by at least $6,000 to $7,000 per each sector. Next slide, please. The next slide shows the hotel occupancy rates. It gives information from September 2019, where Monterey County was at 74.3% of their occupancy, and then also currently in 2020, it's showing 48.2%. So this is a loss of 42.9% or $671 million that has been lost due to COVID-19 year over year. And that information came from the American Lodging and Hotel Association in October 2020. Next slide, please. Monterey unemployment claims by working age groups. So what we've been doing is tracking as Workforce Board. We've been looking at every week with all the claims that have been in Monterey County, and then also looking at data in regards to where the most vulnerable individuals have been who have been applying for unemployment insurance. And we've looked at its age group of 16 to 44, with the majority of those individuals applying for unemployment insurance. You're also looking at about 16,000 claims are filed by individuals, young adults 16 to 24. And again, these young adults are the ones who are actually working in our hotels, accommodations, food services, and so forth. So that has been a real impact for our young adults to lose employment, and then looking at finding employment again and going back to employment has been very difficult for them. Next slide, please. And then labor market information. So what we did is we tracked total industries and total labor force in 2019. It was 215,000 individuals that are part of the labor force. And this is individuals 16 and older who are classified as either employed or unemployed. And September 2020, we're looking at 167,900. So you're looking at a change in labor force of about 47,000 individual. That's a decrease of about 78%. The largest impact has been with farm at 31,000. And then you look at the total non-farm at 15,800, where leisure and hospitality, professional and business services are probably the hardest hit in Monterey County recently. Next slide, please. This information shows the number of job losses in Monterey County. And you're looking at 26,900 job losses. And this is from February 2020 to September 2020. And they're looking at job gains. There's been about 13,100 job gains from the job loss, about 49%. Again, leisure and hospitality has been hit very hard, professional services, and also trades and transportation, where we haven't seen much of a decline, or industries that have not gained back have been mining and lodging, that they're still at 100%. There's only about 300 people who work in mining and logging in Monterey County, so that hasn't been hit hard, and then also with construction as well. So, next slide. And then labor market job postings, we track the number of job postings in Monterey County, and we're looking at the number of job postings that we've seen in the second quarter has increased by 232 job postings from the first quarter. All job postings have increased by 11% from the first quarter as well. And the most in demand are essential workers such as security officers, delivery specialists, retail, food services, and personal care ads. And if you look at the graph on the right-hand side, you'll look at the unemployment rate based on the number of individuals and also the number of percentage of unemployment and also the job postings that were taking place. Next slide, please. And then these are low-wage front-end line essential jobs that in Monterey County. And most of the essential workers and job postings have been in retail, stockers, food prep, janitory, secretaries, cashiers, cook, and then the percent of essential jobs to sector. This gives information in regards to each of those occupations or sectors, how many of those jobs that they have in each of those sectors are actually essential jobs to that. So looking at farm workers, 80% of the jobs are essential jobs within that sector. Personal health care is 71%, and if you look at food prep workers, about 45%. Next slide. And just an update on WARN notices. We track WARN notices, and those are 50 or more people who have been laid off within a given time. We looked at March 2020 to September 2020. In Monterey County, we've had 221 businesses that have filed WARN notices, and that has impacted 9,845. And again, the largest sector that we look at in terms of layoffs have been accommodation and leisure, about 6,400 in that occupation, and 74% of the sector has been laid off, and that's about 4,700 people. Dining places as well, if you're seeing that percentage of increase in other services as well to the sectors. Next slide. And we just put some information together in terms of how many businesses are in the unincorporated areas within Monterey County of 75 or less in ag. And we're looking at the total ag businesses in Monterey County is about 617 that we know based on data we're getting from Duns and Bradstreet. And unincorporated lands, there's a total of 405. So 405 businesses in Monterey County have 75 or less employees that are providing services in Monterey County. Next slide, please. And we did the same thing for eating and drinking businesses and incorporated land. And combination of eating and drinking and incorporated lands with 75 employees, there's 1,300 businesses that are unincorporated with a total amount of businesses in Monterey County, about 1,341. So that gives a good breakdown of the number of businesses in Monterey County. So that's the end of that presentation. Any questions?
Questions from board members?
Okay. Then I'll go on and give an update in regards to the Small Business Relief Grant. This is the CARES funds that the County Board of Supervisors approved in October for the Workforce Development Board to administer. Currently, we have 144 applications that were submitted. And the total funding request was $1,383,074. The amount of funding that has been available is about $425,000 what the board approved. So to fund every grant application that we received, we're short about $958,000 right now. Applications received by each of the districts. District 1, we had 28 applications. District 2, 3. District 3, 33. District 4, 9. And District 5, 71 that we received. And the number of businesses that applied were in the unincorporated area were 10. So we did not receive a lot of businesses that were in the unincorporated area. That was a part of a priority for the board to look at. A majority of them came from that. And then also the areas that we looked at, the grant applications coming from hospitality, professional business services, and retail were the three largest of the number of grant applications we received. Any questions on the grant applications for the small business relief? Thanks.
Supervisor Adams?
Yes, Chris, I think maybe a lot of people might not be familiar with exactly what we're talking about as far as the CARES funding that we received. I think it was still CARES money, and forgive me if I'm going by wrong. Yeah. Could you just give a list quickly of what this was for and what the sort of requirements were? Okay. And then what the delta is between what we were able to fund and what we were not able to fund.
All right. So the CARES Act funding was to support small business who were in stress and in needs in Monterey County. The priority was to looking at those businesses of 50 or less in Monterey County to be able to support them with helping pay for back rent, utilities, personnel cost. Those were the three areas that we were looking at as back rent, utilities, any type of labor costs associated with it. Then also the priority were for unincorporated areas in Monterey County with businesses of 50 or less employees. So that was the primary focus of the money. We had the applications up on our website for 2 weeks. We reached out with every chamber in Monterey County, with the Alliance, also with all the other nonprofit groups. So thank you, board members who really got the information out to their communities. We received a lot from South County, and that was great to see some of the small business there, and also on the peninsula. The shortage that I did mention for the amount of money we have, we're about short $958,000. And that's if we fund every application of 144. Currently, there was 10 applications that did not meet the initial screening. And that was due to not having all the information in their packets in regards to receipts or showing W-2 forms or other information that were required as part of the application process.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, two questions. Chris, out of all these applications, what's the plan to prioritize? I know other counties were doing like a random kind of lottery to try to be fair to everyone who submitted within the time period. That's question one. And I know there's a few cities that using their CARES fund also created similar programs after ours. And how do we ensure that they don't that they're not also I guess getting a grant from the other cities as well?
So what we did is we based on the conversation from the board, we looked at putting together a priority schedule. One of the areas that we looked at is if they received no PPP funding, again, if they're in the unincorporated area. And also, those were probably the two areas that we looked at. We did do a matrix in terms of a scoring. So we looked at scoring on a 1 to 4 scale based on their information, if they were in an unincorporated area, if they did not receive any funding before, the number of employees that they have, since we felt that the board really wanted to be able to provide small businesses that have employees that prevent them from laying off additional employees. So we looked at those areas right there to begin the first level of screening, and then we went to another level of screening based on that. So any points that we receive, 3 to 4 points, we'd move in the top. Anything below that, then they would start falling down in regards to the priority.
Okay, thank you. And so you believe that the 900 and I believe you said 935,000 is needed to cover all those who applied. Would all those be meritorious? That's the accurate figure of what you would need to cover all the applicants?
That is correct. If we looked at funding everybody at the full $10,000 level, and only I think a handful came in requesting less than $10,000. So the majority of every business submitting an application did request $10,000.
No, I appreciate all your work and your staff's hard work, because we gave you a very short timeline because that's what was given to us by the federal government.
Yes.
But this certainly I want to express my support for our board to see if we could support either all of it or at least half of it to expand this program, as we know that going into the winter months, and now that more counties have moved back into the purple tier all across the state. I was talking to some of the local restaurants who are expressing that now, because of the inability to use any of their indoor space, they're getting harder hit. Obviously, when the temperatures drop around 7 o'clock or so, they don't have the same number of customers. So I know this is hard. We don't have a lot of money. The federal CARES was already budgeted, but I think this is one of those moments that we know that many the smallest businesses are gonna really go into these winter months with a lot more economic strain. And I think if we could help them get through this and hopefully survive and keep people employed, I know any little help, even though this is a small grant, it certainly goes a long way when there many are just hanging on and just trying to survive. And I just want to recognize that all these businesses really put their sweat, their love, their dreams are put into this, to see any little small business not be able to continue. And we've already had quite a few in our county. It's painful. It's painful to see and have those conversations with small business owners who are struggling so much. So I think it's the least we could do is try to provide a little bit more funding, whether it's through our cannabis assignment or other funding. I think this is a time to be able to extend a program that you already have the applications for and are ready to give these resources to businesses who need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. I've got a quick clarifying question, then I'm going to go to Supervisor Adams and then Supervisor Phillips. Chris, could you clarify for me the amount of businesses in District 3? I've heard 3 and 33. I just want to be clear on what that number was.
District 3, 33.
Okay, perfect. I'm appreciative of that clarification. We're going to go to Supervisor Adams and the old school hand up next.
Now he's happy.
Thank you very much. So, Chris, again, thanks for all of your hard work on this. So I wanted to be sure that I was really clear. Did you say that there were 144 people who had applied?
That is correct.
So, and of that, if we were to be able to fund all of them, that includes those that are based within cities as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. So as I'm looking at your two numbers here, the total number of possible people who could have applied could have been 1,341. That's the total numbers of people who are accommodations of eating and drinking accommodations, or is this a different little thing, a different metric totally?
It's a different metrics totally.
So the 141 that we're talking about are not just related to restaurants and such?
No, 144 just crosses almost over every type of industry. Just break down right now, we had ag as 1, healthcare 3, hospitality 30, professional business services 24, and retail 14. And then there's more that fall underneath there as well. So that's just based on some of our last data we have, but 144 applications were received. And I just want to mention, I walked to downtown, Old Town Salinas, and I spoke to almost every business that was open, and they were very appreciative for the county to look at setting aside funding for the CARES Act for small businesses.
And if I'm not mistaken, this actually is funding that was originally dedicated to the district attorney's office that was unused. And so they generously put it back in the pot for us to use for other purposes. Am I right on that still?
That is correct.
Great, good. And then again, it is just for, I'm thinking of ag companies. These would be small companies that would have 50 or fewer employees.
Yes.
And would you give me an idea of what sort of companies they would be?
I can't tell you that one right now, because I received one application from an ag company.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you received a number. I thought there were a number of them that you had received.
No, there's a number of, total we received and so forth. So right now, what I see on my list is 1. And I have to go back I can go back into the database and I can get you the information on the total numbers. Yeah.
Are some of these like small retail shops, that sort of thing? Again, small family-owned businesses?
Yes, they are.
Okay, that sounds great. And then how many did you say were in District 5?
71.
71. Okay, good. Okay, great. Well, those are my questions. I don't know if it's time for a motion, but I'm certainly ready to make a motion that I'll pull out of my hat when the time is appropriate, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. We're going to go to Supervisor Phillips next.
Chris, how many applications from District 2?
3.
3?
Yes.
Jeez. Chris got 33 and we only got 3. We something we didn't do. But I tend to agree with Supervisor Aleo, especially with the hospitality people that put all the money into getting their restaurants open and now are closed. If we have to go into cannabis or some other fund, I think we ought to see what we can do to step up and help put some more money into supporting this program. So thank you.
Welcome.
I've got a quick question for you as well, Chris. Were there any child care centers included or that applied? I'm just curious. I know a lot of those were severely impacted through the economic downturn as well.
I think there is one, but also the Workforce Board has other funding set aside for our rapid response layoff aversion funds. And this was to small businesses, 1,500. Our funding for that was anywhere from $1,500 to $2,500. And I know with that grant, we funded 42 childcare providers in Monterey County with grants up to about $2,500, depending on the number of employees that they had.
Great, thank you. Okay, I want to check quickly, Mr. Chulos, are we done with our presentations? Was that the end of today's presentations?
The last one, Mr. Chairman, is a presentation from Nick Pasculi at TMD on the messaging campaign.
So we're going to come back to this after Nick's presentation, just to clarify for the board. So we'll come back to this item because I want to get through the presentations, take public comment, and then go ahead and make any motions that supervisors want to have. So at this point, if we can move on to Mr. Pasculi's presentation.
I believe he's on the line.
Great, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lopez, Board of Supervisors, and staff. I'll make this quick because I know you have pressing things ahead of you. Just to recap again, our focus now through the end of the year is going to be on COVID safety during the holidays. Almost 75% of what we're going to be focusing on is the things that we've been talking about all along, and that is no social gatherings, getting flu shots, getting advice from healthcare professionals and healthcare professionals actually promoting those things that we have been talking about. And then also we have testing will be another big focus that we'll have through the end of the year. So again, the focus is on, safety, prevention, and testing. We have a full complement of platforms that we're utilizing. We're using both television, radio, and social media, as well as direct digital targeting through cell phone devices and a geofencing program. I will commence that. I'll end my report right now, unless you have any specific questions. I gave a detailed synopsis of everything last week, and be happy to answer any questions you might have right now.
Any questions from board members for Nick Pasculi? All right, seeing none, thank you, Nick.
Thank you, sir.
At this point, we've concluded the presentation, so we're going to open it up for public comment on these presentations regarding COVID-19. I'm going to see if I have anybody in room. Nobody coming forward. I'll turn to the Zoom. Seeing no hands going up, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board. And so now it's open to the board for any potential direction. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that we should move forward. We have a very well-vetted program coming out of our workforce development group that Mr. Donnelly has brought forward to us. And I think it demonstrates just the need that we have for so many small businesses in our community who are just suffering so much during this time. And I know that people will be very surprised to hear me say this, but I would like to make a motion to take the additional 948,000, I think was the number that was needed at this point.
It was looking at if we funded everybody, 958,742.
958,000.
8,000, yes. But there's 10 that were not approved because they were outside of Monterey County. So
Right. Yes, these must be limited to Monterey County.
that is correct.
Okay, great.
So I'm
So
going to quickly turn to council for some guidance.
Thank you, Chair. Board members, it's not appropriate under the Brown Act to actually take the budget action today. What you can do is give direction to staff to bring it back on December 1st for the necessary budgetary action.
well, I would be happy to follow that guidance. Thank you, Mr. Council.
I'll second that.
Very
Okay,
good.
so I have a
Barely even got
motion.
it out of the mouth. And I hope
I have
to,
Go ahead, Supervisor Adams.
I was unsure whether I was able to complete the motion, which was that we would take X amount of money and have that come from the cannabis assignment account to be able to put into this program. That would be my recommendation, that we bring back to the board December 1st meeting.
Second that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Adams and a second from Supervisor Alejo, and I'm going to go to Supervisor Parker, who still has her hand up. Any additional input here, Supervisor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of looking at ways to more fully fund this program. I would just say I'd like to leave it to staff. They may be able to find other pockets of CARES Act money. So I wouldn't want to predetermine where they're going to find the money. The other thing I'd like to say, it's a comment on another part of the presentation. I really appreciated Dr. Moreno in one of his slides talking about some of the efforts to make sure that we are providing resources to people who may not feel they can afford to stay home from work when they're sick. There are, even though there's paid sick leave for, people, not everyone has that available to them, or even if they do, they may not know it. And the other thing I think is important is that we are making sure that people, even at the point where they are being tested for COVID, if they have symptoms or they think they've been exposed, I think it's really critical that we make sure they know that there are places where they can quarantine and isolate in case they don't have that ability at their home. I think what we're seeing, with the equity metric is that even though we have a lot of these resources and some people in the county have been able to take advantage of them, some of the people who need these resources the most do not know that they are available. They're not getting connected to those resources. And so I can see we've made some progress along those lines, but I'm really hopeful that some of the efforts and some of the planning that is going on behind the scenes to really address the equity metric are going to be able to really connect people as quickly as possible with the resources they need to do what we all know works, which is to, wear the face coverings, keep the physical distance, stay home if you're not feeling well. It's very basic, but these are opportunities that are not necessarily available to everyone in our county. So thank you for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. Couldn't agree more. All right, seeing no additional hands up from board members at this point, what I want to do is go ahead and take a roll call vote on the motion put forward by Supervisor Adams and seconded by Supervisor Alejo.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. The motion carries. With that, we've concluded item 14, and we're going to head into item 15, which is a public hearing to consider granting an appeal by Monterey Retail Solutions from May 13, 2020. That was a decision by the Planning Commission to deny an application for a commercial cannabis retail facility, including delivery services and automotive repair. With that, we're going to turn to Sunfam Gallardo for the presentation regarding item 15.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and board members. I'm going to put up my presentation. Are you able to see it okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Son Gallardo, Project Planner for Abundant Investments, PLN 190008. The property is located at 1031 North El Camino Real in Salinas, with a zoning designation of light commercial, part of the North County Area Plan. The project consists of granting an appeal by Monterey Retail Solutions from the May 13th, 2020 decision of the Planning Commission to deny an application for a commercial cannabis retailer and approve an amendment to the General Development Plan and administrative permit to allow a commercial cannabis retailer, including an approved automotive detail facility tire shop. The applicant Abundant Investment LLC requests entitlements for commercial cannabis dispensary, including delivery within an existing 1,413 square foot retail building in an unincorporated area of the county near Salinas. Prior to the lease to Monterey Retail Solutions, this space was at one time operated as a Tough Shed storage sales office. This portion of the building has been vacant since November 2019. The site also contains an existing automotive detail facility tire shop on the lower portion of the property that would remain. As revised, the General Development Plan will delete the used car sales lot as a use allowed on the property and add an automotive shop and a cannabis retail use on the property. On May 13, 2020, the Planning Commission voted to deny the project based largely on inadequate analysis of the traffic impacts of the project and concern that the traffic in and out of the site would pose safety issues to both the neighborhood and along the entrance adjacent to Highway 101. The Planning Commission concerns did not include the allowability of the use. In addition to the General Development Plan submitted, was lacking substantive information relating to the proposed business. The appellant Monterey Retail Solution, who is the prospective lessee of the property and cannabis dispensary operator, filed a timely appeal which addresses the specific contentions. Since the time of the Planning Commission denial, the applicant provided an updated General Development Plan to address the long-range development and operations of the facilities, including physical expansions and new development, operational changes, circulations or transport improvements, alternative development opportunities, environmental considerations, potential mitigation of adverse environmental impact, and conformance to the local land use plan. The proposed retailer would provide medical and adult use commercial cannabis, including delivery service from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. Services will be provided to adults without medical authorization, 21 years of age and older, and to establish qualified patients and primary caregiver members 18 years of age and older. Staff has received the plans and information submitted with the application and determined that the plans address the minimum standards contained in regulations for cannabis retail, pursuant to Section 2167040 of the Monterey County Code. The appellant has also submitted a comprehensive traffic report prepared by Keith Higgins, traffic engineer, to address the Planning Commission's reasons for denial. This thorough traffic analysis of the project trip generations, vehicle accident history of the immediate area, traffic assessment of nearby roads, and analysis of project vehicle miles traveled. Monterey County Public Works analyzed the report and determined that based on their knowledge of the area and assumptions relating to cannabis retail operations, the traffic report trip generation rate estimate 84 daily trips would be acceptable for the area and not cause an adverse impact. Shown here is an air view of the site. The green arrow demonstrates entrance to the site from Highway 101 southbound. The blue arrow here demonstrates exiting the site to get back to Highway 101 south or making a left going through Prunedale South Road to get back to Highway 101 north or south. According to the data compiled in the traffic report, a total of 9 collisions occurred near the southbound US 101 and Prunedale South Road intersection between January 2015 and December 2019. However, as stated in the traffic report, there are no indications that the collisions occurred directly due to safety issues at the intersection of southbound US 101 and Prunedale South Road. Per Caltrans recommendation to discourage vehicle turning onto Highway 101, the project has been conditioned to construct a raised median island at the eastern driveway intersection with Prunedale South Road to allow right turn in and out of the property. Public testimony, including North County LUAC and North Monterey County Unified School District, expressed concern with compatibility of the project with neighborhood character. The school transportation department has an informal bus stop located on El Camino Real near the proposed dispensary that services 2 students pre-COVID. Concerns from the school district include ensuring that appropriate safety measures are in place to protect students from any potential safety or health issues due to the location of the dispensary. Issues included, but were not limited to, increased auto traffic near the bus stop, increased pedestrian traffic at the location, loitering and tobacco use in the area, and potential for students to enter the dispensary. The traffic report indicated that the project would not impact traffic operations at the bus stop. Per the collision data presented, there are no collisions that involve pedestrian and vehicle conflicts. In addition, to ensure safety and health issues to minors, the owner will obtain security service personnel that be on site 24/7 to deter minors from entering the dispensary and prevent loitering around the vicinity of the proposed dispensary. Furthermore, signs will be placed on the exterior of the building prohibiting loitering and cannabis use. With regards to the density of dispensaries, the nearest operated cannabis retailer is approximately 2 miles south of the proposed site. Based on the new information received, staff recommends that the board grant the appeal and approve the amendment to the general development plan and administrative permit for the cannabis retailer. Staff finds that the new information that was not made available to the Planning Commission hearing addresses concerns relating to traffic and safety given the location of the project, as well as proximity to the residential neighborhood. From a seeker perspective, there is an existing commercial space that had been used as an office and sales center and would now be a cannabis retail dispensary. In addition, the previously approved automobile detail facility tire shop would remain, but it currently only serves as a tire shop. Staff finds that this qualifies as a category exemption under Section 15303 of the SECO guidelines. And if the board desires to make a different action, the board could adopt a motion of intent and continue the hearing to a date certain with direction for staff to prepare a resolution with modified findings. Staff concludes the presentation at this time and is available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from supervisors before we have a presentation from the applicants? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask Julian to bring over Aaron Johnson. He's on the attendee side. He'll be making a presentation on behalf of the applicants. Okay, welcome, Mr. Johnson. We're now going to give you 10 minutes to present your case to this board.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Members of the Board of Supervisors, I represent Abundant Investments, LLC, which is the appellant here. I do have a slideshow that I provided, but to be honest with you, I do believe that staff did a really good job on laying out the pictures, the scene, et cetera. So I'll just go straight into my presentation without that visual aid. So we're here today because at the Planning Commission, if you go back before then, there was a land use advisory committee meeting in which this project was approved or suggested for approval to the planning commission. However, when they got to the planning commission stage, there was no evidence. So there was no traffic report that could point to actual numbers for a dispensary at this location, a site-specific study. So without that, they felt like that they didn't have the evidence to basically support it. In fact, Catherine Daniels stated that we were working within the metrics that we have at this time, but I think that common sense tells us different. It's not satisfactory what we have here to determine there will be no traffic impacts. Also, Martha Deal stated that the traffic analysis was not adequate for the specific location. So what the applicant did was they appealed. The Planning Commission went back and they originally intended to allow the applicant to provide that traffic report or basically face denial. The traffic report would take some time to conduct, and so I believe the Planning Commission went straight ahead after their April meeting into May and had a resolution of denial. The applicant appealed at that time timely, which brings us here. After the applicant had retained Keith Higgins, who is a very well-known traffic expert for the area, has done extensive work on Highway 101 in that corridor, both south and north of Salinas. So he's very familiar with the area. And his findings basically were that, what a traffic engineer does first is they look at the ITE manual to look for a specific use and identify how many daily trips would come out of that. In this case, the ITE manual that's kind of nationwide is very, cannabis is a very new use on that list. In fact, at the time they populated this list without studying, current numbers in dispensaries, they had astronomical numbers for cannabis dispensaries, largely because they had analyzed just a couple of dispensaries in Colorado when this first came out, and those two dispensaries were serving literally hundreds of thousands of people. So the traffic, Mr. Higgins and I think others who have followed that have stated that that is not really a valid count, and a lot has changed. So they've started to focus on local actual numbers. And in this case, Mr. Higgins looked at local data on Emerald Skyway and Salinas, east of Eden, and a host of other data entry points to determine that the average daily trips would be in that 80 to 110 trips on the very, very high side. To give you an example of what's allowed there at this site, picture a 7-Eleven, a convenience store at this location. That location would have about 1,000 or more daily trips. Its evening trips would be in the neighborhood of 69 or so. And if you look at this type of use at the high end, we're above that 110, around that 110 to 89 range, but the peak hour trips are also 18. So there's Mr. Higgins could be off by 5 times and still be half of that number that would be allowable on the property today. He also looked at accidents, and as staff pointed out, Mr. Higgins' findings are that there's no evidence of a safety issue at this intersection based on the most recent 5-year collision history. He is, again, very familiar with this area, and I would be, I trust his opinion on this. Having worked on safety corridor issues on 101 myself with others locally, this is a very sensitive issue, and if we thought that we were putting something dangerous on the road, I would not support it. So of the collisions that they did have, they were the result of hitting fixed objects along the roadway frontage. 7 were for unsafe speed, and 2 were for the under the influence of drug or alcohol. And so the finding there was that this was not that this would not lead to more accidents. In fact, the raised median, I don't know if it's directly necessary, but we're happy to do it because it does provide a safety feature, and we're making the place a better place than we found it. So directing traffic that may otherwise turn into the southbound lane and making sure they go right, that's important, and we're okay with that. He also opined on whether or not this would lead to increased traffic on nearby roads, and his findings are that they would not. And so with that, I'll cede the rest of my time for any questions or rebuttal. I don't expect any. We've had good communication with others on this, and I don't believe we have any opposition at this time. I guess next, Robert D. and Nick Arkels are members of the appellant, and they could say a couple of words about themselves just to give a familiar face. One is from Salinas, and the other is a veteran. So appreciate your time, and I urge you to support this appeal. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, Mr. Johnson, did you want to use some of your time for your, you said Robert D. and there was another name. Did you want to use this time now for them to speak?
My thought was they could use their 1 minute public testimony for themselves, and I'll save just a couple minutes. I honestly don't think we'll have much to refute, but however you'd like to do that.
Fine.
Thank you.
Fine by me. Okay. So at this point, I want to see if we have any questions from supervisors before we go to public comment. All right, seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and turn to public comment now. Seeing nobody in room, we'll look to the Zoom. Remind folks using Zoom to please use the raise hand function. *9 raises your hand and lets us know you wish to be recognized. The first name I see up is Robert D. Robert, we're going to go ahead and unmute your microphone, or give you the ability to unmute your microphone and start a 1 minute clock here for your public comment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert D. I am actually born in Salinas, grew up in Prunedale off of Langley Canyon and Echo Valley. I went to Sacred Heart and Palma for junior high, graduated from Monte Vista Christian, and went to University of Southern California for my undergrad degree. I'm a real estate investor, and this is my first investment back in my hometown in the area, and I want to bring something positive back to the community. And so I urge you to go along with that ride and support us in that project. Nicholas Arkels is my business partner. I'm going to introduce him right now. We're on the same computer.
All right. So I'm a U.S. Army veteran, Eagle Scout, and JD MBA. My background has been in a lot of parts of the finance industry for the better part of a decade. In both life sciences, cannabis, and healthcare. And, you know, I just want to say we want this to be something positive for the community, local jobs, and sourcing from local cultivators who we already have relationships with. So we really want this to be something for the whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we're going to go to Eloise Shim. Eloise, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a minute public comment with this board.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
We can.
Okay, so before the board grants the appeal for this cannabis, I inadvertently saw a presentation by Tampsey. And I do recall that they said that there is an area near this dispensary, maybe 10 miles away, that has 500% increase in traffic accidents. So I would urge the council to check into that before they grant this, this appeal. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see no more hands up on Zoom, and I see nobody coming forward in room, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments? Supervisor Phillips.
It's my district, and I'm familiar with the property, and it's, you know, I've come around to the conclusion kind of different than where I started when we were on the cannabis committee, but you know, we haven't had problems with dispensaries. I don't know of any that we've had in the county, and that this is a commercial zoned area, and you know, I think it's an appropriate use of the property. It may be a little more traffic than what was at the Tough Shed, but it's a lot less traffic than about any other commercial use you could have there. And it was, I go back to the fact that when we went into COVID, it was the governor's office that said dispensaries are essential, even though we couldn't get other things open at the time. The traffic impact have been analyzed, and it's not a problem. And Mr. Higgins is well respected. You're right off 101. And if you have to go north, you only go a half a block and you go about 200 yards and you're on the 156 interchange. There are some other dispensaries in the area. The closest one is Reese Circle, but that's 2 miles south. And on the other side of the freeway, there's one in Prunedale, one in Casterville, one in Moss Landing. But I see no reason we shouldn't grant the appeal and allow it to go forward. We might as well get some of the sales tax rather than the city's getting it all from dispensaries. So if after my colleagues have voiced it, I'd be able to make a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'm going to go to Supervisor Alejo next.
No, I agree with Supervisor Phillips. We all recognize, and being on the cannabis committee, we know that dispensaries are an important part of having a robust industry in Monterey County. And so that's one area that we know that we needed, I think, more dispensaries in parts of the county that didn't have them. And certainly in Prunedale, I think at this site that was already commercial, it makes sense. I do appreciate the applicants addressing the ingress and the egress issues, those that will make it a little safer turning in and turning out. I think that's a smart approach, and I appreciate the applicants working with county staff to address those traffic concerns. But I would just stress, just for any new partner in the cannabis industry in Monterey County, to first of all, recognizing that bringing in the additional tax revenue has been important. Just a little while ago, we approved more funding to help other small businesses using our cannabis assignment account. It really showed that having this new industry allows us to do things that we otherwise wouldn't have money to be able to do, and to be able to help use some of this money to help businesses. A few minutes ago, I think, was another key example of how we're able to help not only residents, but other local businesses to benefit as well. Certainly always want to encourage and our new business partners to the job creation, to prioritize a goal to hire local, make sure the workforce is diverse where you can. Those are all just good goals of a new industry that I think it shows its commitment to local residents and to hiring people that are from and look like the community as well. So I'll be supportive of this application today.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Any other supervisors at this point?
Mr. Chair, I'd second Supervisor Phillips' motion.
Okay, so with that, Supervisor Phillips, why don't we go ahead and get you to state your motion?
I move to follow staff recommendation, granting the appeal and approving the application for the dispensary.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Phillips and a second from Parker. Supervisor Adams, did you want to weigh in?
I'm just very supportive of this. I'm happy to hear that my colleagues are, and I'm happy to vote yes on this.
Wonderful. With that, let's go ahead and get a roll call vote.
Supervisor Leo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye, the motion carries. And that brings us to the conclusion of that item. And with that, we were going to head into our next item, which is 16, which is continuing to December 1st, a public hearing to consider the Rader Smith appeal. Again, this is a continuation. I'll see if we have any public comment on this item being continued. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And it says I have a presentation from Brandon Swanson, Liz Gonzalez, and Craig Spencer. Just want to see if we have any presentations here. Brandon?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair Lopez. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Liz Gonzalez. She has a short presentation. We've received some additional information here today.
Liz, you with us?
Looks like she might be having some trouble.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go,
We got
Liz.
you now.
Okay, I apologize. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez and board members. Elizabeth Gonzalez, project planner for PLN 190255, the Smith Rader Appeal. On November 5th, 2020, the board considered and subsequently continued this item to November 17th with the direction for staff to research how the county might help reimburse the property owners certain costs associated with building and or rebuilding their non-conforming fence. Staff reached out to the property owners immediately after the November 5th hearing to obtain costs for the fencing and to get estimates for rebuilding. The information was not received in time to complete a staff report for the November 17th meeting. So staff recommended continuing the item to December 1st, 2020, contingent upon timely receipt of the requested information. Unfortunately, staff will not have all of the information in time for this December 1st hearing. Staff spoke with the property owners and they stated they needed more time to design and price their fence. Given that the only meeting after December 1st is December 8th, staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors continue this item to the first meeting in January 2020. The property owners have agreed to this new hearing date. Thank you, and this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Liz. We're going to see if we have any public comment again on this item with that new information. Seeing no hands up, nobody in room, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, well, Mr. Chair, you know my opinion on this. I don't think we treated these people right, and I grant the appeal. I wouldn't gum around with it anymore. That's my feeling. But if we don't have the votes for that, then I guess we have to do this. So
I don't believe it's agendized that way, and so we're not allowed to go that route. Thank you to council for confirming the suspicion.
Yeah,
I think
that's a trouble with having an attorney in the room.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Question, do we want to specify the date of that first meeting in January? And kind of related to that, often that first meeting in January is more ceremonial and there isn't necessarily a lot of business, but obviously if we need to conduct county business, you probably can, but just wanted to clarify that.
So I'm hearing that the date isn't as important. We can just say a future meeting, correct, Mr. Counsel?
I would concur with Supervisor Parker. So maybe continue it to the first full business meeting of the new year, whenever that is in January. I don't know what date that is.
Looks like January 12th. So is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Parker?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Lopez.
Aye. Motion carries. With that, we'll head into our next item for the day, which is item 17, which is to provide policy direction on draft ordinances amending Title 7, 20, and 21 of the Monterey County Code to establish regulations for vacation rentals in the unincorporated area of Monterey County, aka short-term rentals. Let's go ahead and take this over to John Dugan, Melanie Beretti, and Anna Kenga from RMA, who are going to lead us through this presentation.
Hi, thank you, Chair Lopez, Board of Supervisors. I'm Melanie Beretti with the Resource Management Agency, and I will be joined today with Anna Kenga to co-present, and John Dugan is also on our line, as well as a resource for today's items. Next slide. So today we're going to give you an overview of the purpose of the land use regulations, which are what are before you today. We'll give you an overview of what's actually in the ordinances as they stand in draft. We'll go through and discuss some policy issues that have been raised and then look towards the board for policy direction so that we can take our next steps to refine those ordinances and then determine and complete an appropriate level of environmental review for those ordinances. Next slide. So Monterey County is an international visitors destination. Vacation rental. Excuse me, didn't realize my camera wasn't on. Vacation or short-term rentals on private properties, that's rentals of less than 30 consecutive days, have increased in popularity as well as proliferated due to online platforms over the last 5 to 10 years. So this has raised many issues that are not addressed by the current regulations that the county has on the books. Next slide. So it's difficult to fully quantify unpermitted vacation rental activity in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County. This map does illustrate the distribution of vacation rentals that are being advertised or have been advertised within the last 12 months. More than 600 vacation rentals have been verified by a third-party platform as actively advertising in the unincorporated areas over the past 12 months. That being said, we only have 20 permitted vacation rentals within the county, within the unincorporated areas of the county, and all but 2 of those are within the inland area of the Del Monte Forest. Many vacations that may be operating are not necessarily advertising. We've seen a transition for some operations that had previously been operating as short-term rentals are now operating with 30 days or longer. So there's some shifts in the activity that's been happening. Some and many of these operations are paying transient occupancy tax, though they're not necessarily permitted from the land use perspective to operate. We do want to note that violation of paying taxes is a separate compliance issue. It's separate from the land use regulations, which are before you today. Next slide. So these bullets represent the purpose and intent as written in the ordinances. These came from Title 7 currently, but really at the heart of the regulation is answering the question of how do we regulate and enforce to avoid negative issues related with vacation rental of residential properties, while also allowing the community, the residents, and property owners to benefit from this type of rental activity in market space. Next slide. So the ordinances before you today are a culmination of outreach and policy development efforts that began in 2014. They included many community meetings, an ad hoc short-term rental working group that convened over about a year's time, discussion and meetings with the land use advisory committees throughout the county, as well as multiple plannings and workshops and hearings at the Planning Commission. Next. So in overview, Title 7, amendments to Title 7 establish a business license requirement for vacation rentals as well as hotels as they're defined in the tax code. Title 7 also establishes a vacation rental operation permit. So the vacation rental operation permit lays out a set of consistent rules for all operations to operate by, and then the business license and the vacation rental operation permit provide a mechanism to help us track and monitor compliance with land use entitlements, as well as paying TOT for vacation rentals. In the zoning ordinances, Title 20 for the coastal zone and Title 21 for inland areas, it establishes certain allowed vacation rental uses by district, as well as regulation to permit other vacation rental uses. So there are two types of vacation rentals as the ordinance is drafted today. What's considered a limited vacation rental, which is essentially a homestay, but on a limited operation perspective, and then commercial vacation rentals. The regulations also provide for enforcement and provide enforcement and fine mechanisms as well. Next slide. So limited vacation rentals, these are restricted to being only rented by the principal resident. So, and concurrently occupied by that principal resident. The premise there is that it's, we're keeping it as a part of the housing stock. It remains as a principal residence that can on occasion be utilized on a short-term basis. It can be rented as a vacation rental for not more than 20 times per 12-month period. So that's based on number of individual contracts, one contract at a time. And it can be rented for not more than a total of 140 days per 12-month period. In addition, the ordinance further restricts that for the limited vacation rental category, not more than 2 bedrooms can be made available to rent as a vacation rental. The one exception, and we put this exception to try to help simplify and condense what was previously 3 different categories considered by the Planning Commission to give us just 2 categories of vacation rentals. So the exception is that we do allow, the ordinances do allow for the principal resident to rent their property up to 3 times out of that total 20 times as an unhosted, we might say, so when they are not concurrently residing at the site. I'll add that all vacation rentals, whether they are limited or commercial, are required to have a property manager emergency contact available 24/7 at all times when they are being rented as vacation rentals. Next slide. So if any one of the criteria for the limited vacation rental is not met, then that activity would be considered a commercial vacation rental. So if it is rented more than 3 times per year while the principal resident is not concurrently there, if it is, whether or not, if it's rented more than 3 times per year as an unhosted with no resident on site, if it's rented for more than 20 times per year, even with the principal resident concurrently residing there, that would be basically just a more frequent homestay. If it is rented for more than a total of 140 days per 12-month period, or if it makes 3 or more bedrooms available as a part of the vacation rental. All of those criteria would trigger the criteria meeting a commercial vacation rental. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of just an overview of the draft ordinances. So limited vacation rentals, they do not require a use permit in the inland area or coastal development permit for the coastal zone. They do require the vacation rental operator's permit. They do require a business license. In the way the ordinances are drafted, limited vacation rentals are prohibited in the Del Monte Forest land use plan area, and limited vacation rentals do count against visitor serving unit counts in the land use and area plans where visitor serving unit counts exist. For commercial vacation rentals, one of the primary differences is those activities trigger the need in the inland area for a use permit or coastal development permit in the coastal zone. They also need the vacation rental operator's permit, and that is an annual permit, as well as the business license, which also is an annual business license. Commercial vacation rentals are prohibited in Del Monte Forest land use plan area. They are also prohibited in the Big Sur Coast land use plan, the Carmel area land use plan in the low density residential areas. So that is almost primarily Carmel Highlands. And then also the commercial visitor rental, vacation rental will also apply against the visitor serving unit counts in the draft ordinances. I included the hotels category on here because I just didn't want it to get lost. We're primarily talking about regulations for vacation rentals, but the proposed amendments to the business licensing does add business licenses for hotels and all traditional hotels, motels, and inn category, not just exclusively the vacation rentals. Next slide. So we're going to move into a discussion of the policy issues that we're looking in particular at the board today for some direction. I'm going to actually hand the presentation over to my colleague Anna Kenga to walk you through those policy issues today. Anna?
Thank you, Melanie. Good afternoon, Chair Lopez, Board of Supervisors, Anna Kenga, Senior Planner. I will be presenting on the policy issues identified during the course of preparation of the vacation rental regulations. Draft ordinances were attached to the staff report that represents where the Planning Commission landed, as well as a letter from the Commission outlining a few policy issues that they would like board direction on. Today, staff is seeking direction from the board on the issues identified in order to finalize the draft regulations and begin environmental review. Where appropriate, staff has provided the board recommendations or options to consider. Staff intends to determine the correct level of environmental review after getting direction from the board on these ordinances. There is an overarching question staff would like the board to consider. Are the definitions and limitations provided for limited vacation rentals sufficient to consider the use to have an equivalent impact on the neighborhood or infrastructure as an existing residential unit, such that limited vacation rentals do not require discretionary approval and would be subject to only a ministerial vacation rental permit? Issue 1 relates to how vacation rentals could affect affordable housing, which is actually a two-layer issue related to 1, the availability, and 2, affordability of long-term housing. Staff requests board direction on whether or not the draft regulations are sufficient to protect long-term residential affordable housing. The draft regulations provide the following limitations and restrictions. Limited vacation rentals are only allowed to operate in principal residences, and occupancy and frequency of the rental is restricted. Commercial vacation rentals require either a use or coastal development permit with a maximum term limit of 15 years. And all vacation rentals are prohibited in accessory dwelling units and deed restricted units and are limited to 1 per legal lot of record. Staff has provided 4 potential options for the board to consider. Option 1 would be to conduct a countywide comprehensive housing impact study. Option 2 would be to conduct a limited scope housing impact study for areas more susceptible to housing impacts from vacation rentals. For example, previous research of affordable housing in the county identified that there were affordability concerns in Big Sur relative to workforce housing within a reasonable commute distance. There are costs that would be associated with options 1 and 2, and there currently is not funding for such a study. Option 3 would be to provide direction for further regulation to protect long-term housing. And option 4 would be to find the draft regulations sufficient to protect housing based on the limits and restrictions of the draft regulations discussed at the previous slide. While staff feels the regulations provide sufficient protections and limitations to be protective of housing and recommends option 4, we do recognize the unique limitations to housing in Big Sur, given testimony asserting that even limited vacation rentals remove affordable housing alternatives such as room rentals within a home. Staff could support conducting a limited scope housing impact study, which is option 2, or possibly option 1 if the board desires. Issue 2 relates to whether or not the draft regulations would ensure vacation rental uses are consistent with the character and intensity of a residential use. The draft regulations establish limited vacation rentals may only be allowed in a principal residence. This is intended to ensure preservation of the primary residential use of the property. All vacation rentals are subject to maximum overnight and daytime occupancy limits. All vacation rentals must obtain an annual vacation rental operation permit, ensuring a consistent, enforceable list of rules for all operations. In addition to the annual permit, commercial rentals are required to obtain a discretionary permit, allowing an additional layer of review and incorporation of conditions of approval when necessary. There are also additional limitations based on certain areas that are discussed in issue number 3. This matrix illustrates the allowed uses specified in the draft regulations as they relate to the respective planning areas listed here in the first column. Except for the Carmel Valley Master Plan area, commercial and limited vacation rentals are allowed with required permits in all the inland planning areas. In Carmel Valley, commercial and limited vacation rentals would be subject to the applicable visitor serving unit cap. In the coastal zone, uses are further limited. In Big Sur, only limited vacation rentals are allowed with a required permit, and they would be subject to the applicable visitor serving unit cap. Commercial vacation rentals are prohibited. In Carmel, commercial and limited vacation rentals are allowed with a required permit, except for in the low-density residential zoning districts where commercial visitor vacation rentals are prohibited. In Del Monte Forest, commercial and limited vacation rentals are prohibited. And in the North County coastal area, commercial and limited vacation rentals are allowed with the required permits. However, within the Moss Landing Community Plan area, vacation rentals would be subject to the applicable visitor serving unit cap. Staff has provided 4 potential options addressing this issue for the board to consider. If the board feels the regulations are insufficient to ensure character and intensity compatibility as questioned by the Planning Commission in their letter, then option 1 could be to direct staff to conduct a vacation rental and residential use behavioral comparative analysis. If compatibility is more of a concern in areas such as Big Sur, for example, then option 2 would be to direct staff to conduct a more limited scope behavioral comparative analysis. Again, there are costs associated with options 1 and 2, as there currently is not funding for this analysis. The board may wish to provide staff with suggested regulation language in option 3, or alternatively, option 4, the board may suggest no changes nor additional analysis and consider the regulations sufficient based on the restrictions and assurance measures contained in the draft regulations. Based on the measures identified, staff finds that the regulations are sufficient and recommends the board consider option 4. Issue 3 highlights a concern whether or not it is appropriate to count vacation rentals against visitor serving unit caps, and if so, what is the appropriate accounting method? The Carmel Valley Master Plan area and the Big Sur Coast, Carmel area, and North County Land Use Plan areas contain policies limiting the number of visitor serving units. Unit caps are intended to control build-out based on a growth management policy adopted by the board in 1970s. But there are also other growth management tools, such as designating appropriate land use and zoning and assigning maximum densities and allowed uses. The current draft proposes that limited and commercial vacation rentals count against these visitor serving caps based on a formula that considers the maximum days a unit could be rented and maximum occupancy. Staff has provided potential options for addressing this issue for the board to consider. For limited and or commercial vacation rentals, should they count as proposed in the draft regulations? Should they count as one unit equating to the rental contract, or should they not count at all? Alternatively, the board may wish to provide staff with suggested regulation language or other direction. However, it should be noted that in the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan, the County Land Use Plan, and Carmel Valley Master Plan, there are unit counts for both residential and visitor serving units, where vacation rentals could be double counted, one as each use. Staff recommends that the board support option 1B, that commercial vacation rentals count as one unit, as counting commercial vacation rentals by rental contract provides consistency amongst all visitor serving uses types. And staff recommends that the board support option 2C, where limited vacation rentals do not count, as staff finds the regulations ensure consistency with residential character and intensity. Issue 4 relates to enforcement of the vacation rental regulations. The draft regulations include significantly improved enforcement mechanisms over the existing regulations, including the requirement for an annual vacation rental operation permit, imposing increased fines that are associated with the advertised rental rate of a unit, and requiring that advertisements for vacation rentals require the operating permit number, maximum occupancy, quiet hours, and the advertised rental rate. During workshops, concerns with the effectiveness of these regulations and the county's ability to provide appropriate resources to monitor and enforce were brought up. Staff feels the regulations as drafted afford sufficient controls for enforcement. However, to implement these regulations, staff seeks guidance from the board regarding the desired framework for an effective program, including funding and resources. Currently, enforcement is mostly reactive in response to complaints received. However, cannabis is handled differently, with proactive inspection teams using resources from a dedicated funding source. Therefore, should the vacation rental enforcement program be proactive versus reactive? And would the board consider dedicated funding resources for the program, such as using a portion of the TOT tax generated from vacation rentals? How to treat unique neighborhoods is issue number 5. There are currently unique neighborhoods in the county that have historically used residences as vacation rentals, such as the Monterey Dunes Colony. There are also neighborhoods throughout the county subject to private agreements, including CCNRs. For example, the Pebble Beach Company has requested that the Del Monte Forest properties be handled differently than as proposed in the regulations. The county does not enforce private agreements, which could be more restrictive than county regulations. As such, an application could comply with the county regulations, but not with the terms of a private agreement enforced by either a property owner or homeowner association. The draft regulations include a requirement for the applicant to attest that they have researched and verified that the vacation rental use of the residential unit does not violate any applicable conditions, covenants, or other applicable restrictions. This places the burden on the applicant to work with their property owner or homeowner association. Option 1 recommends no change to the draft regulations. Staff recommends against establishing different regulations for unique neighborhoods due to the many types of conditions that could apply. However, should the board wish to treat unique neighborhoods differently in the regulations, staff recommends the board direct staff to make necessary changes to the draft regulations and provide input on appropriate provisions to include. depending on the nature of any recommended changes. An amendment to the applicable area or land use plan may be required. So to summarize, the policy issues staff seeks direction include the availability and affordability of long-term housing, character and intensity compatibility, the application of unit caps, the expectation of an effective enforcement program, and addressing unique neighborhoods. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions if you have any.
I'm going to first turn to members of the board and see if there's any questions before we go to the public. I see a hand up from Supervisor Jane Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank staff for the presentation, and also just want to comment on and congratulate staff on all the hard work that went into this. I mean, I know that you have been hearing everything under the sun and have really tried to address a lot of the different concerns and interests in these regulations. And I actually think, you know, we're reasonably close. There are a few things that I think we could do that would improve things slightly. But I want to just ask a couple questions. So one is, you mention as a way to address the affordable housing and the, you know, neighborhood character questions that we could do, you know, some studies. What has been the conversation? Why don't we just put a cap on the number of these units that are allowed in any particular land use area? I think is it Pacific Grove that has set a 2% cap. So what's been the conversation related to that?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Parker, if I may. The concept did come up early on, whether or not there was a desire to explore some form of density cap or count cap by different areas. In the end, where the conversation migrated, focused more on the appropriateness of that threshold between ministerial and commercial, and then in areas where there are existing visitor serving unit counts, having those existing visitor serving unit counts caps govern the commercial use of these. So it's absolutely something that staff can look into and explore, and there are other areas and examples where there are maximum caps or other types of restrictions for how many could be in any given area. But that wasn't the nature of where the conversation about the ordinances had migrated with the Planning Commission discussions.
Well, it does seem to me to be a fairly simple way to allay some of the concerns about, you know, there being sort of a, you know, a short-term rental on every corner, or, you know, a whole block full of them or whatever. I mean, we could put space requirements, like there can't be, you know, one within 2,500 feet, or, you know, but that gets pretty arcane. So anyway, just the cap seemed to me to be a little bit simpler. I was glad to see that the permits looks like they're ministerial. Is both the development permit and the operating permit, are those both ministerial? Or is one of them discretionary?
No. So the vacation rental operators permit, that is a ministerial permit. And that is the one that all are subject to, and it contains the rules that they need to operate by. For commercial vacation rentals, they would then need to secure in the inland zone a use permit, or in the coastal zone a coastal development permit.
Okay. So for the limited, or the, you know, the primary resident one, it seems like the fee could be fairly low. A question about that. I didn't see anything in there about timelines to process the permits. do we have a benchmark that we're aiming for? And I didn't see anything about fees. Do we have some thoughts about how much it's going to cost? I mean, well, usually that reflects like staff time to process the permits and so on. I didn't see anything about that.
Yeah, so what we wanted to do was make sure before we start developing a program of both the implementing the program as well as enforcing it, we wanted to make sure that the regulations were settled enough so we knew what we're actually regulating and enforcing. That being said, staff does recognize that we will need to put some thought into and develop what that program would look like. In return, we do envision, and we have envisioned, that the business license that would be in the ballpark of hundreds. That's through the treasurer tax collector. The vacation rental operator's permit, it's a ministerial. We've envisioned that to be a fairly cost-effective annual permit as well, in the range of hundreds. The use permits and the coastal development permit, what we would do is prepare a package of what the actual cost based on effort is anticipated to be for processing those, and then put it into an appropriate category for the board's consideration. That being said, we certainly have received a lot of feedback from individuals because basically indicating because these operations generate transient occupancy tax, that perhaps making the permits themselves more cost effective. Again, that will be at the discretion of the board when we return. We would certainly we do anticipate, there would be a significant upfront workload as we would have all of these operations or a significant number of operations coming through seeking permits initially. And so we would both then identify a structure for the initial review, as well as the annual renewals and 5-year renewals as necessary. One thing that I'm going to pause there. I had another thought, but if it comes back to me, I'll
Okay, good. Is the cost of the permit one of the reasons why the commercial permit is a 5-year permit rather than a 2-year or a 1-year or a 3-year? I was curious about that timeline. Seems like 5 years seems like a long time, but what was the thinking there?
Sure. Staff looked at, currently we do have a use permit mechanism for cottage industries in the residential areas of the county. And we actually did look at that as a starting point for a model where those permits are actually, I believe it's first issued on a 2-year, and then it's reviewed, and then a 3-year, and then can be renewed on 5-year bases from there. One thing that we identified is for vacation rentals, we're talking about a higher number likely of permits. And so 5 years was a number that kind of felt right to give enough time for someone who's going to make that investment to going in through that use permit process, but not so much time that if they were to be a bad actor, that we couldn't then correct course. We'll remind also, one of the reasons why staff was comfortable with the 5-year initial term with up to 2 other renewals was because we also still have the annual business operation permit. And so if they're not being good actors, that's another mechanism by which we can, even if they're use permitted, we can halt the operation.
I see. I noticed too in the materials that you're asking or requiring the operators, whether for the limited or for the commercial, to kind of hang on to their records of the contracts with the different people and how many people stayed and all of that stuff. Why wouldn't we ask them to provide that information to us either in a spreadsheet form or some kind of way that it could be part of our records as well? And I'm thinking that this would be tracked in Excel or somewhere. So, I mean, it's not like people are going to have to be going through the pieces of paper, but that there would be the ability to do that electronically. Part of the reason I asked that question is
it's a way to verify the number of bedrooms and that sort of thing, and the maximum numbers of people, just sort of on a routine basis. But also, the whole question of the primary resident being present. You could also do spot checks on that, of contacting people who stayed there to make sure that the person is largely there. Anyway, I'm just kind of thinking, I'm, moving, you can see I'm moving towards enforcement a little bit. And it just seems that by having that information distilled in some way that gives us a chance to spot check, means we don't have to get into the neighbor disputes, or we can match that with the complaints process. Anyway, are we thinking about having any of that documentation be part of regular submittals to the county?
So there was some discussion about that initially as we were kind of coming up, brainstorming on these. One of the approaches that staff has taken with these ordinances is to try to put in enough rules and regulations and enough regulatory hooks that we feel that if there are problem units or if we have challenges, we can be effective with our code enforcement. It can be a much more effective mechanism, but we also tried to balance the desire to try to keep program costs low. And so anything that would have individuals proactively submitting data or information to us would require data management. It would come with an assumption that we are doing something with that information. And so we erred on a bit more conservative, that we could always add that requirement at a later point in time if that seems beneficial, but to at least start with the assumption that it could be available. We can do spot checks. We could request, at any point in time that all operations were to submit to us what they have, but it wouldn't be a required amount of paperwork and data tracking that we would be required to take in.
Great. Okay, I see that. In terms of, so I think as we go forward, having the options for like increased enforcement or compliance checking, I think it would be good to think through what some of those might be. And then I think if we can keep the permit price fairly low, we may have the ability, and I would hope you've thought of this, that there be an amount that could be added to pay for the full cost of the program, which would include enforcement to some degree. So I think, to me, enforcement is always one of the big issues, and we always say we don't have the money, but depending what our strategy is for enforcement, as you're thinking about the fees, I would really, it's not a question, it's a suggestion, sorry. I do have one more question, I think, which is, this has to do with the visitor serving, and I do think that both the limited should count towards visitor serving, and so should commercial. And I think the limited should be maybe 0.5 unit per bedroom, and the commercial should be 1 per bedroom. But the question that I have related to that would be, do we have agreed upon numbers with the areas that have these visitor serving caps? It seemed to me when I was reading about Big Sur that there's a big discrepancy between what we, the county, think the visitor serving units currently are and what the Big Sur community knows that or thinks that they are. So do we have agreed upon numbers with Carmel Valley, with Big Sur, with Moss Landing about if we're going to count these towards a visitor serving cap in some way? Do we know how many are allowed still, how much room we've got?
I'm going to hand that over to Anna. Anna has been doing the tracking and the counting in the respective areas, so I'll let her speak to that question.
Thank you. Anna Kango, Senior Planner for the record. Currently we do track the the Carmel Valley Master Plan Area Visitor Survey Units. We are tracking what has been permitted since adoption of the 2010 General Plan. We have received correspondence from members of the public who have notified staff that those numbers may not be accurate. However, it is staff's understanding that what has been identified by the members of the public may have been operators that were either operating prior to the adoption of the general plan, or perhaps they are operating without benefit of permit. So there is we have been tracking, to answer your question, and we do have a solid number for what has been permitted. In terms of the Moss Landing Community Plan area, those numbers are tracked as far as what has been approved since 1982, and we have not received any communication from members of the public asking or wanting clarification whether or not those numbers are accurate. Now, in terms of Big Sur, staff has done research on research based on the permit information that we have on hand and using the list that the Big Sur Chamber provided to staff. It appears that some of the units that are included on the Big Sur Chamber's list were permitted prior to the adoption of the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. So if that is the case, then they shouldn't be subtracted from the 300 unit count, because that should have been after adoption of the Big Sur Coast Land Use Plan. I think I want to say there's a discrepancy of about 20 some odd units at this point. Staff was able to find permit history or historical information showing that some of the uses were established prior to the land use plan, like Beachins and Big Sur River and things like that. But there is still a slight discrepancy there.
Yeah, it just seems to me that getting some, whatever is true, getting some sort of agreement between what the county records seem to show and what the, what's going on in the community, so that we're all starting from the same number. Otherwise, it's just going to be a fight every time we turn around. And anyway, that seems like some ongoing work as it relates to this. So I think that's all or most of my questions. And thank you for letting me ask them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. At this point, I want to see if I see a hand up from Council Strimling. I want to see if there was something you wanted to add to that line of questioning.
Thank you very much, Chair Lopez. I just wanted to mention in response to Supervisor Parker's question, one other distinction between the limited vacation rental and the commercial is that the use permit is discretionary permit. It runs with the land. It would be subject to CEQA review. So that's part of the issue with timeline, that it might depend on the particular CEQA level of review that would be appropriate, and it's held by the owner of the land. So it is transferable. In other words, if the owner sells the land, the permit runs with the land. Versus the operations permit under Title VII, that is going to be issued to the operator, not the owner. And it's more like a license. It's specific to the operator. It does not run with the land. It requires annual review. And I think if the operator changes, the new operator has to come in and get a permit. So it's really quite different. So it's ministerial, but it's also an operator permit, doesn't run with the land. So and it also is not subject to CEQA. So those are very different. And if you get the use permit or coastal development permit, though the owner gets that, but their operators still need to also obtain the vacation operation permit.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just a question then, I figured that the coastal development permit or the use permit would need CEQA review. What level, and what does that do to the timeline for people being able to get a coastal development permit or a use permit?
That has to be judged on the facts and circumstances.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to take it over to Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I concur with Supervisor Parker's. You got a heck of a job in front of you that you've been working on, or someone's been working on since 2012, and you're getting plenty of input. So I'm glad you're working on this, and I didn't get the assignment. But a question I have is, I have some comments, but the question I have is on the limited vocational renters. It seems like a pretty complicated ordinance, and especially looking about enforcement. Is a person home or not, and were they home during most of the time? What percentage of, do you have a feeling of what percentage of the vocational or the rentals are the limited type where the people live there? It seems like I would think it'd be a very small percent.
So we have tried to get a feel based on the information that can be gleaned offline through our third-party contract to try to get a feel for operations that may or may not fall into either category. It's very difficult. I would say that you're right. Anything that would be categorized as the limited vacation rental operation is a smaller percentage than what would fall into the commercial vacation rental category. In part, that's because of how limited the multiple criteria you need to meet for the limited. So depending on where the that line moves, I would expect you'd pull more of the current operations in under that limited. If say you removed a bedroom cap or you removed a number of rental time cap, but it is a smaller percentage. One of the challenges looking at who's operating now and advertising versus who would be under the new regulations is that we've tried to structure something that might help encourage individuals who currently aren't doing this because of the way our current regulations are written. Currently, to be able to do a short-term rental, even within your own home, would require in the inland zone an administrative permit, a transient occupancy permit. And in the coastal zone, you would need to apply for a similar use coastal development permit. And so I would also expect that we would perhaps see some operations, either new operations coming on board because it's more favorable and easier permit to obtain for those limited types, or shifting some operations, maybe reducing their footprint so that they would fit within that category than what's necessary occurring right now.
Okay, thank you, Melanie.
Melanie, can I get a little clarification? I was a little confused last night as I reread the 21 portion of the ordinance where I don't see an allowance for the use or permitting of STRs on ag land, yet ag was called out later on in some of the additional, additional guidance. So I'm a little confused on, again, looking at the slides put up today, I don't see ag, F40, any of those zoning definitions being allowed to be locations for STRs. And as I think of on-farm stays, bed and breakfast, and that, especially as we're looking at the corridor, specifically the wine corridor, I'm wondering how the interplay is going to be between this ordinance and what we have sort of set out for that region.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Title 21 and Title 20, and if you actually look under Section D for regulations for limited, and then there down below B, also a similar section for regulations for commercial vacation rentals. It does list, it's towards the end of the list of all the districts that it's allowed, where it lists farmland, rural grazing, and permanent grazing. So for farmland, rural grazing, permanent grazing zoned areas, they would be able to do limited vacation rentals as they're allowed. And then similarly, commercial vacation rentals with the use of the coastal development permit. And then in coastal zone, it's differently named, but the similarly corresponding agricultural zoning districts, which are specifically coastal agricultural preserve and agricultural conservation.
Thank you. I just didn't see that in today's slides or in the other, at the beginning of that ordinance, as I tried to find that designation last night. And I know for us, as we try to create a new economy in southern Monterey County, specifically along the wine corridor, to partner and boost our wine region, it's going to be critical. And so I had some concerns, but I appreciate that response and clarification on the record. And with that, I'll see if we have any other questions from board members. Seeing no hands up, we'll go ahead and start our public comment portion of this item. I'll just remind folks, we ask that you use the raise hand function. It's at the bottom of your participants tab, or *9 if you're participating via landline. We have 1 minute per speaker. And starting off today, I did have a request that was coordinated through a gentleman named Richard Matthews for a few speakers to go in a specific order. And so we're going to start with these speakers. And I'm going to work with Julian here to go in order. The first speaker today is going to be Ann Martin. I see Ann on the attendee side with her hand up. So if Julian, you would unmute Ann Martin and allow her to share her 1 minute public comment with this board, I'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Board. Am I ready? Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your service. We need your wisdom and support more than ever. We truly want to be part of the solution. Short-term rentals are not the main problem. Unfair, unreasonable regulation and impossible implementation are the real issue. The 1997 ordinance failed all of us, those for and against short-term rentals, and we are paying the price. The draft ordinance presented today will do the same, only the stakes are higher. Just as being able to speak for 1 minute on this topic is physically impossible, so is administrating this onerous permitting application process. We believe when you read the fine print of the ordinance, there is a ban in disguise. Thank you, Supervisor Parker, for bringing up about the fees and the cost, because we have heard things such as thousands of dollars and 6 months to 9 months to get a permit. The commercial STRs are of the greatest concerns. If it follows the 1997 permit and the current admin application, it's not guaranteed, cost prohibitive, time consuming to not only the applicant, but to the RA planning staff who are already short-staffed and overburdened.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. We appreciate your public comment. Next, we're going to go to Linda Marin. Linda, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 1 minute public comment with this board.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. We encourage you to take a fresh approach, not by starting all over again and taking more years, but by simply modeling Monterey County's ordinances after those of Santa Cruz County. You know, the two counties are very similar. They even have about the same number of STRs. Santa Cruz County has 2 ordinances, hosted rentals and non-hosted vacation rentals, similar to Monterey County's draft ordinances. Permits in Santa Cruz County are limited by a 250 cap countywide, by density, by block, by head count, and by parking. And complaints and code enforcement are rare. A complete summary of the Santa Cruz County ordinances is included for your review. I hope you will look at that if you haven't already. And please consider that Santa Cruz County STRs paid $512 million in TOT during the 2019 fiscal year. So let's keep vacation rental visitors and their dollars in our county too. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. We're going to go to Rhonda Navarro next, or I see it's spelled a little differently on the Zoom, but Rhonda, you'll be my next speaker. We'll give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have a minute.
Thank you, and good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you again for allowing us, the Vacation Rental Alliance, to speak to you today. My computer crashed just before this, so I'm going to have to wing it and go without my notes. My name is Rhonda Navarro, and I've been managing both long-term and short-term properties on the peninsula with my focus on long-term for 20 years. I wanted to speak today on the policy issue of affordable housing. I'm an advocate for affordable housing and agree with those except for the stand that short-term rentals have an impact on affordable housing. This is simply not true. Pacific Grove revoked a great number of licenses this last year, about 8 months ago. This did not create an opportunity for more affordable housing. These rentals, in my experience, have continued to rent furnished at the same and even higher rates for 30 nights and longer, showing that there is a need for furnished housing in our society today. A vacation rental market rate typically includes all utilities with furnishings, whereas a long-term property advertised rent is lower, however, requires the tenant to pay the utilities. outside of the
Thank you
rent.
so much for your public comment, Rhonda. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. We're going to go to Chuck Stein next. Chuck, you're our next speaker. We'll go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself, share a 1-minute public comment with this board.
Thank you. The Planning Commission didn't consider the economic benefits provided by STRs, but we hope the supervisors will. The draft ordinances will negatively impact county revenue, local businesses, jobs, and vastly reducing the number of STRs. An economic study estimated local STRs contribute $131.8 million in local economic activity. The average STR pays $21,000 per year to a myriad of local service providers. The COVID-19 pandemic exhibited the extent to which STRs provide local benefits. STR owners had to lay off support personnel. Guests stopped spending at local restaurants, bars, wineries, grocery stores, shops, and local attractions. The proposed ordinances will perpetuate these impacts, and most current STRs will be forced to cease operations. Workers will not be rehired. Local businesses will not benefit. If existing STRs were permitted to continue operations with enforceable rules, these STRs would contribute $5 million in TOT annually to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck. I'm going to go to Allison Jefferson next. Allison, you're going to be my next speaker. We'll give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Allison Jefferson. I'm an owner at the Monterey Dunes Colony, and I'm asking that supervisors consider removing the onerous commercial coastal development permit requirement from neighborhoods with special circumstances like the Monterey Dunes Colony. This would be similar to the way Santa Cruz County ordinance excludes the Paro Dunes community. Short-term rentals have historically been a large part of the character and intensity of the Monterey Dunes second home community fabric. Since the 70s, approximately a third of our 120 oceanfront townhome units have been rentals. At one point, we even had a rental office in our clubhouse. We are uniquely positioned to enforce short-term rentals internally because our gated community has a staffed guardhouse and security patrols that already monitor rentals for following strict HOA capacity and nuisance rules. We actually call these guards our concierge, and they're funded from a nightly rental paid by renters. And I also want to emphasize that the Coastal Commission in the past had congratulated our community on our ability to provide.
Thank you so much, Allison. We're going to go to Richard Matthews next. Richard, you're my last speaker on this short list, so you're up next. Richard, you have the ability to unmute yourself now. Richard, you there? There he is. Richard? Richard? Okay, we'll have to come back to Richard. We'll go ahead and move down the list now. We're going to go to Jeff Lorick. Jeff, you're my next speaker. We're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share a comment with this board.
Thank you, Chairman Lopez and the board, and thank you, Melanie, for a wonderful and educational presentation. I just say we're up here in Monterey Dunes Colony, and just want to bring to attention the board the unique neighborhood. We are very blessed with a beautiful view, and many of us here have purchased the property knowing that we have an association that extremely regulates our ability to have rentals and enforces occupancy and fees, and we employ employees to do that within the county. And we're gracious, and I would just like the board to please consider excluding certain communities where our whole purpose of purchasing a vacation rental is the ability to supplement that and help the county with taxes and fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorick. I'm going to go to Victoria Torcolini next. Victoria, we're going to give you a minute to share public comment with this board. You should now have the ability to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, supervisors, for this opportunity to be heard. And I especially commend the staff, Melanie, Anna, Jane, Wendy, all of you for the extensive work that you've done. As president of the HOA High Meadow number 2, I would like to just remind the board of the fire and safety risk we have here. We have 314 residents in our forested community in the unincorporated area, and we are surrounded by county regional land, Caltrans property, and state parks. And we right now have illegal short-term rentals that allow their guests to utilize patio fires, and this is a high risk for us. But I definitely want to address just one loophole that's a concern for us. Under homestays, it talks about permanent residence. We see that as a tenant manager for an absentee owner, and we're requesting the term be changed to property owner. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. We're going to go to Gwen Damerall next. Gwen, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share your comment with this board.
Thank you. I want to, first of all, thank the District Attorney's Office for their swift and precise response to enforce and shut down the countless short-term rental violators and Monterey vacation agencies that knowingly operated during the mandated shelter-in-place order. These operators place their employees, which are your constituents, at risk, ignoring the directive from Monterey County's health officer. The number of vacation rental activities in the unincorporated areas of Monterey County would still be very high if it weren't for the action of the DA. Monterey County's interpretation for STRs attempts to justify allowing added commercialism in the unincorporated areas by labeling STRs in 2 categories: a limited vacation rental, which are the highest violators in our community, and a commercial vacation rental. There are 2 commercial lodgings already in the Highlands Inn and the Tickle Pink, both referenced in our land plan. A large portion of the Highlands Inn operates already as a timeshare, and these fractional owners are advertising on VRBOs and intensifying the area by flipping their units with multiple reservations to various individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Gwen. We appreciate your public comment. We're going to go to Bruce Merchant next. Bruce, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have a minute.
I've submitted this comment in writing and via email as well. We live in northern Big Sur. We are concerned with the current rental situation. There's a house in our neighborhood that has a different car in front of it each week. This is not someone renting out their spare bedroom. This is an investment property with an absentee owner and no local supervision. The owner is not trying to stay in their beloved family home. They are just making money. They are not an investor. They are an investor. They are not a neighbor. This is a commercial use and a residential community. The land use plan, the Big Sur land use plan, was developed by visionaries to preserve the beauty, environmental values, and community character of this unique landscape and coastline. They set up specific limits on the visitor serving units. Those visitor serving units are already breached by existing visitor units, and so no new visitor serving units should be allowed in the Big Sur land use area. If we open this beautiful area to more commercial use, we will never be able to recover it. Thank you very much for your work.
Thank you, Bruce. We're going to go to Rick Aldinger next. Rick, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share public comment with the board.
Thank you, Chairman Lopez. This is Rick Aldinger. I'm the general manager of the Big Sur River Inn and co-chair of the Monterey County Hospitality Association Government Affairs Committee. I wanted to echo some of Supervisor Phillips' comments on enforcement issues and the ability to enforce this particular ordinance as drafted. In particular on the limited version, where the primary resident is allowed a certain number of exceptions to be absent during a rental. I would like either some clarification on exactly how that would be monitored and enforced, but I think more reasonable would be simply to eliminate that exception. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. We're going to go to a speaker now with only one name. It's Elizabeth. Elizabeth will now give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share your comment with this board.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Beck, and my husband and I are new homeowners in the Monterey Dunes colony. And I hope you've all had the wonderful and pleasant experience of visiting Monterey Dunes colony. But for anyone who hasn't, what attracted us to this community was that it is a very private group of approximately 120 townhomes. They're completely secluded from any other neighborhoods in Monterey County. Monterey Dunes colony is privately managed with everything from a 24/7 manned front gate to its own security team, its own on-site property management personnel. Everything is self-contained. The Monterey Dunes colony has always been a combined vacation home and owner-occupied community, and with its obvious uniqueness, it really doesn't fall into any of the concerns such as affordable housing, character concerns, or anything else mentioned earlier. They just don't seem relevant to Monterey Dunes, and there seems to be no logical reason to include this community in these ordinances. Doing so seems to unnecessarily penalize current owners.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We're going to go to Amy Sung next. Amy, you now have the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share your comment with this board.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Amy Song, and thank you, Chairman Lopez and members of supervisors. I am calling today to urge the board to recognize the short-term rental. It is a very, very important characters in our Monterey Dunes colony, that it is a unique neighborhood, that it was constructed primarily to serve the coastal visitors. And because of our unique location right on the beach, opening our community to short-term rentals is really consistent with our Coastal Commission's oversight on land use and public access. In addition to that, our HOA CCNR strictly self-regulating and enforce the rules. So I am asking and urge the board to consider that our colony to be excluded with all the extra burdens that the board is considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. We're going to go to Ted Black next. Ted, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share a public comment with this board.
Hi, my name is Ted Black. Thank you very much for hearing from us. I'm with the Monterey Dunes colony as well. And we bought in this location for one reason, and that was to rent out our location. It's built into the CNRs. HOA is based on that, and as been outlined by several of the parties that have gone before me, mentioned that we hire a considerable amount of staff that would probably go away if we didn't have the rental ability. All of my neighbors, and I know I do as well, pay TOT taxes. And in this time of short income to counties, communities, etc., it's a very important time for us to find revenues wherever we can, whether it's from other industries that we're supporting or from the rentals. Thank you very much for hearing from us today. We sincerely appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ted. We're going to go to another one-name individual, Michael. Michael, you'll now have the ability to unmute yourself and share a minute public comment with this board.
Thank you. I owned a home on 1 acre parcel near Carmel Valley Village for 20 years. It has a separate guest cottage. All the homes in the area sit on at least 1 acre of land or more. I live on the property and share the cottage as a short-term rental. As a homeowner, I pay over $12,000 a year in property taxes. I support vacation rentals for all the benefits they provide. Our guest demographics are young professionals that visit the area, often for the first time, seeking a short, authentic, private getaway, which I'm able to provide, as well as others. Our guest rating is consistently 5-star. We are also pet-friendly and even hosted a parrot. Our guests come to discover the amazing history and beauty of the Carmel Valley community. In today's world, short-term rentals are the new trend in close-to-home vacation because they're affordable, safe, and overseen by the property owners so as not to disturb the neighbors and doesn't negatively affect the property or the neighborhood. As the financial benefits, they're a win-win-win for everybody that participates. Why not let the market determine the outcome? It can be helpful in many ways. Thank you very much.
Michael. We're going to go to Julia Brandt next. Julia, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself and share a 1-minute public comment with this board.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Our home was bought to use as a vacation rental. As of the other people who have talked, Elizabeth, Allison Jefferson, and Jeff Lorick, and Ted Black, we would like to not be penalized for the operating permit, as the operating permit is more than sufficient. And we feel that we can afford whole families affordable vacations that you can't get in a hotel. They wouldn't be able to do it. And we also have the cleanest homes there, where the air, the fresh air. And I just think it would be a shame to be penalized for that, for we would not be able to own our home anymore, as many other people in the Monterey Dunes area, Monterey colony. And we appreciate you listening to us, and we feel that we bring a lot of joy to a lot of families and a lot of income to the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I'm going to take a minute here only because we have an exceptional amount of folks who have dialed in today. And I want to just remind those people who are participating via landline or cell phone, if you wish to be recognized, in order to raise your hand on your cell phone, you need to hit *9, or on your landline, *9 will allow you to raise your hand, and then *6 will unmute you at the appropriate time. So just want to remind you, if you want to speak today and you're on a landline or cell phone, *9 raises your hand and lets us know you wish to be recognized. Thank you. At this point, we're going to proceed with Callie Williams. Callie, you're going to have 1 minute to share your public comment with this board. You should now have the ability to unmute yourself. Callie, you with us? You should now have the ability to unmute yourself. If you're on a desktop computer, if you hold your spacebar down, you can speak while your spacebar is down. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. And Callie, oh, there you are. Perfect. We've got you now.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good afternoon. I've been attending these meetings for years and strongly oppose commercial. I'm sorry. Oh. I've been attending these meetings for years and strongly oppose commercial rentals, short-term rentals. This ordinance contains two types of short-term rentals. It's very confusing. I've been researching other counties, and no other county has a special commercial permit. This is crazy. Hold all short-term rentals to the same standard. Commercial short-term rentals give those with permits too much freedom to rent out at a high frequency. Without a permit, without a host present, to the detriment of those who live next to them. We live next to a property with a use permit. The rental is allowed to host up to 20 people every weekend. Although through the months of April and November, large groups of people who are outside all weekend. It's a nightmare. The owner caters to the renters because she makes over $1,200 a night. When we ask them to quiet down, we've been told to move on, to move, or sorry, we're on vacation. More and more people are looking for short-term rentals for places to party. This has got to stop.
Thank you, Callie. We appreciate your public comment. We're going to go to Lori Wood next. Lori, you'll have the ability to unmute yourself now, and you'll have 1 minute to share your comment with this board.
Hi there. Thank you for letting me have the opportunity to express a perspective from just a private citizen in the unincorporated area of Monterey County. I've been renting my house, my own house, occasionally for maybe 3 years now. It's made such a difference in my life. I have worked in a nonprofit until my job was eliminated due to COVID, and at this point, you know, even at that point, it made such a difference in my being able to buy things in the community, to be able to eat out. It makes such a difference in my being able to stay on my family land where my family has lived, my grandparents, my uncles, my parents, since the 1960s. And costs are getting so high here that I really worry that I may not be able to stay here if there's not some way that I could support myself and to help me. My vacation rental is very quiet. No one notices it. We're out in the country. And I hope you will support people like me who would like to go on doing this as private citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. My next speaker is going to be a phone number that ends in 044. Again, 044. You now have the ability to unmute yourself. *6 will do that if you're on a landline or cell phone. You'll have 1 minute to share your comment with this board. Julian, can you try unmuting them for me? Last 3044. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put you back in the queue. Go ahead and raise your hand again. We're going to move on to Javier Gomez. Javier, you now have the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share your comment with this board. Javier? Okay, we're going to put you back in the queue as well. I'm going to move on to my next number. It is another, looks like a phone line that ends in 382. 382, you should now have the ability to unmute yourself. *6 will do that. Perfect.
Can you hear me? This is Richard Matthews.
We can, Richard.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to talk about enforcement while we are still working on the enaction of some new ordinances. Presently, the short-term rental enforcement done by the county is not following the directive from this Board of Supervisors. In July of 2018, this board directed county staff to enforce short-term rentals only if an actual nuisance occurred. Supervisor Adams, the author of the directive, stated, and I quote, "We are just going to touch those that are the ones that are the really bad actors," unquote. But the RMA continues to open cases based simply on short-term rental activity, not nuisances. The county has opened 85 cases since the directive was issued. Of those 85, 69 are non-nuisance cases. The county happily collects our TOT, yet it threatens us with citations and fines. We ask this board to reaffirm the directive until the ordinances are enacted. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. At this point, I'm going to go to another, looks like a landline or a cell phone, and the last three, actually the last four are 7747. Again, if you're 7747, we've now given you the ability to unmute yourself. *6, or we will request it from you as well. Perfect. We can hear you now.
Hello.
Yes.
I would like to the supervisors to understand that all of these individuals that are saying that they have rented are currently renting. They are doing this illegally currently in the coastal zone, which prohibits short-term rentals less than 30 days with the exception of licensed bed and breakfasts, which none have a license. Thus, these people have admitted that they are illegally renting. What makes anyone think that they will follow any new ordinance? Thus, enforcement is crucial. They are already saying they will do anything to not follow the county ordinance.
Okay. Thank you very much for your public comment. I see Callie Williams. I want to see if it's a different Callie Williams that we heard from before. So Callie, we're going to give you the ability to unmute yourself if it's the same Callie, which it appears it is. Unfortunately, you only get 1 minute, so thank you. We're going to move on to the next number, which is 044. Last three numbers on a phone number, 044. We're now requesting that you unmute yourself and share your public comment with this board.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Janet Hardesty, and my concern is with the Big Sur land use area and all the claims that the county has to do with our visitor serving cap, which we have reached, not to mention traffic overuse housing. Plus, they figure how limited vacation rentals are a resident use and not having facts or data to back up any of their claims. Why? I've come to the conclusion that RMA is not doing their job. Also, hearing about the agricultural land, what about farm stays? Will they be addressed in short-term rental, limited short-term rental? Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate your comment. Next, I'm going to go to Kirk Gaffel. Kirk, you should now have the ability to unmute yourself. You have 1 minute to share your public comment with this board.
Thank you, Chair Lopez and members of the board and staff. The focus of my comment really is on the limited vacation rental as it relates to the visitor serving cap. Those uses are very similar to any traditional hotel or motel room with respect to traffic and impacts on the neighborhoods where they exist, just as they would be for the commercial vacation rentals. So it seems very important to me, and on behalf of the Big Sur Local Coastal Plan Defense Committee, that in the Big Sur Coastal Plan, under the land use plan area designation, that all forms of vacation rentals, limited or commercial, be recognized against the visitor serving cap on a one-to-one basis. Those limited vacation rentals will typically occur on weekends, peak holiday periods in the summer, and thus the traffic and the impacts are very similar, if not identical, to any other use for overnight transient occupancy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gaffel. At this point, I no longer have any hands up, but I did have some folks who struggled to get put in touch with us here. So I want to give everybody one more shot who has not yet had a chance to speak. Give you another second here to use the raise hand function, *9 on your landline or cell phone to be recognized. I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and see if Callie, maybe there's a second speaker in the room. Callie, we're going to go ahead and give you the ability to unmute yourself. But again, you have exhausted your minute. Is there a second speaker with you?
No, I took it off. I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry about that. Thank you and good afternoon. I've been attending these meetings for years and strongly oppose commercial short-term rentals. This ordinance contains two types of short-term rentals and it's very confusing. I've researched many other counties.
Thank you. Thank you, Cal. I'm sorry, we're having a technical issue here, but I think we've already received your comment. Unfortunately, we're going to go ahead and keep rolling here. Seeing no other hands up, I'm going to bring it back to the board. So at this point, I see. Perfect. Okay, so do we have any comments or questions from members of the board at this point, or direction? Supervisor Adams?
Well, thank you, Supervisor Lopez. And I was just trying to decide whether I should speak first or last, and I'm not sure which. But since I'm up, I'm up. And I must tell you, I sit here just, in the most difficult position that one could ever imagine. I first want to thank the staff who have, given 8 years of their lives trying to come up with a solution to the continuing issue that we have with short-term rentals in our county. And here we are again. But as I indicated, I feel like I have such a strong belief that there really does exist a sweet spot where we can have a balanced approach to the short-term rentals, commercial rentals, visitor serving units, whatever it is that you wish to call them. As I said, we've been working on this for so many years that each of the jurisdictions within my district have already developed and implemented their short-term rental ordinances, and they seem to be working quite well. I feel that the residents from whom I've heard, many of them, and our neighbors have made it clear that their neighborhoods are places where they want people to live. We've also heard from so many people who have spoken today who are genuinely good people, who feel they have the right to rent their homes out on a limited basis. And sadly, although maybe it's not so sad, but we've been hearing from the good players without question. Many, I would say that virtually all of the people who have spoken today are speaking with great respect and have the same goal that we have. And my goal is that we really do come to some kind of an agreement on this. And I've got some ideas on it that I'll share with everyone now. One of the things as I look at this is that all vacation rentals have to be considered commercial, and they require a use permit or a coastal development permit. And I say that because there's an exchange of money. It's no question, but this is a commercial venture. I think that we need to look at the regulations and the definitions for limited vacation rentals outlined in the current draft. But the primary driver here, is that we have to follow the land use plans. We can't make an ordinance that does not comply with the land use plans that are already in existence. I think that there are a lot of different types of short-term rentals that we've been talking about. I think, quite frankly, we could just cut them all down and name them all commercial because, as I said earlier, that's really what they are. I'd like to go ahead and address the slide presentation that we had earlier. I was trying to organize my thoughts because it's just so such a broad, such a circus, I nearly said, but it's such a broad scope that I thought perhaps if we could go back through the slide presentation, I might be able to address things as they came up. And the first one was the first question. Sorry, but to back up a little bit, what I think we were really charged with is responding to the letter that we received from the Planning Commission. And many of the points that have been raised here definitely do that. So I feel at least, I feel good about that. So if we could go back to the slide presentation, and I think the first question was a question about affordable housing. And if it'd be possible to put that slide up, Melanie, if you could share your screen, or Anna. Great, so these are the issues that are being addressed. So we'll start with affordable housing and then we'll go down. So if we could go to, I think you had some specifics under affordable housing itself. Okay, great. Oops, back. There we go. And the question is, are draft regulations sufficient to protect long-term residential housing? And I just have to ask the question, you know, are limited vacation rentals restricted to principal residences, limited occupancy, and frequency of rentals? I don't think that the limitations, you know, no limitations is not enough. The multifamily dwellings that I know we have in our community, duplexes, apartment buildings, multifamily dwellings really shouldn't be included in this whole gamut of things that we're considering unless they are in a special treatment area. Frequency doesn't protect the neighborhoods to offer affordable residential housing. I feel that there needs to be use permits that should be required for any type of vacation rental that is ultimately permitted. There hasn't, I know that there have been a lot of reports that were submitted over the last 8 years of people who are really looking at what impact does short-term rentals, neighborhood rentals, what impact does that really have on affordable housing? And I don't know whether or not we've ever come to any kind of conclusion. I didn't see any references made to some of the work that I know has been done out in Carmel Valley to really take a look at whether or not the presence of short-term rentals in a neighborhood stops affordable housing. I heard one of the people comment that in Pacific Grove, they know that with the short-term rentals that were changed at that time, they did not go in to the rental pool. Many of them have become second homes, but at least it is not something that is disrupting the neighborhoods. And I think that's really one of the things that concern me. I think the next one was looking at the character and intensity. And, I don't think that these draft regulations are enough to ensure that the vacation rentals are consistent with the character and intensity of a residential use. They're simply too frequent turnover. And I must say that one of the things I think about with this is that, you're a mom, you work all day, you've got 3 or 4 children, you're concerned about your kids anyway all the time. But more to the point, You have no idea who's coming in and out of the house next door weekend after weekend after weekend, new people every single solitary weekend. I think that would really cause an upset in just the comfort that you feel in your own home. I think it would provide less comfort. I don't have any fact on this except for one particular comment, one particular area in the Carmel Valley where they had to report that there was a short-term rental next door to the house that this couple owned that they were selling, and it drastically reduced the cost, the value of their home because it was next to a short-term rental. I think that's a real issue. Use permits need to be required for any kind of rental that is ultimately permitted. And I think that one of the other types of short-term rentals that I think we need to take into consideration are the, I don't know, Melanie, whether you had a term for it or not, but it's the opportunity that people have for up to, say, 3 times a year. You can rent your house out without any kind of an issue, no big problems whatsoever. You would have to get some sort of a permit to do that because I think everything needs to be registered. But you'd have the opportunity to rent your house out maybe during the big weekends or whenever you want. This is nothing permanent, but it could be up to, say, 3, maybe 4 at the most times a year. Let's see, what else did I have on that? Okay, and then next, if we could look at the next one, I think you called it build out limitations. Any rental has to be applied against the existing visitor serving unit caps. I mean, it's exactly what it is. It's a visitor serving unit. It's not a home. It's not a place where, your brother's visiting you for a couple of days. It's a visitor serving unit. And I think that we need to match that one-to-one on all of them. The policy, any policy that we devise either today on the fly or hopefully within another process that I'd like to propose, the policy has got to prioritize granting the units to the traditional hospitality industry as they are located in appropriate areas with appropriate services and protections. That simply makes sense to me. The next question regarding enforcement, though, I think is absolutely the most important of all of the issues that we've talked about. And as hard as we have tried, I know one of the persons quoted something that I had commented on a couple of years ago. I think it's the next slide, Melanie, issue 4, enforcement. Nothing seems to have worked. And I say that because if there are more than 600 short-term rentals advertising, and we only have 20 permits issued, there's something wrong here. There's something that's not there's enforcement that is absolutely lacking. And I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody, particularly because that's not your job. That's not the county's job. I feel that we need to have the opportunity to contract this out to someone who is in an absolute enforcement business. I'm not talking about knee breakers who are going to go around and, bust people up. But if we really want to get our house in order, before we even work with the rest of the issues that we're facing with this short-term vacation rental, we've really got to come up with an enforcement plan, or it's just going to be a waste of time. And many, many people have said that. As I said, the people we've been hearing from today are the good players. They're the good actors. There are so many bad actors, though, and I feel it saddens me that we are not able to get the enforcement under control. I think going back to another comment that I'm sorry that I don't recall who had made this. It might have been in your presentation particularly. I feel that we need to look at short-term rentals very much as we have looked at cannabis, in the sense that it is a relatively new revenue stream. We get income from it, TOT, and how on earth we're able to get income from an illegal activity is beyond me, but that's what we're doing. And what we have got to be able to do is just as we do in cannabis, there's a certain amount of money that comes in. Let's take a look at what the cost is to the county to be able to run the short-term rental program. And the number one thing that we have to look at is the cost of enforcement. What that looks like, I'm unclear at this point. but we have to be able to provide that through the income that comes in. We need an enforcement plan that has to come forward at the same time as the ordinance. I think that's just absolutely key. And then finally, as I meander around here a little bit more, I think that there is, I think if you could go to number 5, I think continue on, one more, the unique neighborhoods. I think I agree that there are unique neighborhoods. And I looked at the example Pebble Beach and the Monterey Dunes Colony as unique neighborhoods. We need a little bit more information on how the language can be drafted. But, you know, those, I think I read a comment that Lou Calcagno had made years ago when it was drafted, when the Dunes Colony was being built, that this is exactly what it was built to be. And I think we ought to be able to find a way that, not just with the unique neighborhoods, but primarily, if there is a group of people who have live in a particular area, and their CC&Rs don't negate it, or their homeowner association rules don't negate it, if they all want to be able to allow short-term rentals in their particular area, if it can be hived off to be called that, then we need to look at that in another way as well. I feel like I have given out ideas that address some of the issues that you have brought up that came from the Planning Commission letter, and I'm really happy for that. But what I'm really conscious of is that we cannot make policy like this. We cannot make policy on the fly. And what I would really, really hope that we would be able to do is, rather than go back and start all over again, which I would never want to do. You've come too far, and too much of the work that has gone into this is really very, very good. But I feel like we need to synthesize it and come down with something just in a very quick way within another 6 weeks. And I have not spoken to any of my other colleagues on this, but I'll offer myself up as the first person on what I hope we would look at as an ad hoc committee that would take exactly what we have here, take some of the comments that we've received from people, take the comments that I've put forward regarding what my goal is for this, look at some of the other back data that we have, and within 6 weeks, come back with an absolute ordinance that we can then send back to the Planning Commission so that they would be able to have something in their hands to look at and to address that could come back to the board, and we'd be finished with this by March. Mr. Chair, I'm not sure whether or not I can ask for the indulgence of the formation of an ad hoc committee, but I would really, really hope to do so. I know Supervisor Phillips made a comment earlier today that he's glad this wasn't on his plate, but when I look at the map and see all of the areas where short-term rentals are, I'm sorry to report that I'm afraid they're my district and Supervisor Phillips's district. He may have had to leave the meeting, which makes appointing him to an ad hoc committee even easier. So with that, I'm going to end my comments and just sort of lay it out there. This is what I'm thinking.
Not so fast. His hand is up, though. His hand is up, so don't count him out yet. But before we do that, I do want to go to Council Strimling and ask her quickly, the way this item is agendized, could we create an ad hoc off of today's meeting to actually move forward in that fashion, in your opinion?
Good afternoon. My answer is yes. The agenda said provide direction, and that would be direction to have an appoint an ad hoc committee. I don't know if County Council Gerard agrees, if he's there, but can't see. But that would be my opinion.
Great, we have concurrence. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Phillips, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I didn't know I was going to get drafted or anything, but I had some comments. You know, and this has been going on for 8 years now, and actually, it's one of the first times that some of us have had a chance to weigh in and comment. But basically, philosophically, I'm in favor of short-term rentals. Every time we go somewhere, my wife finds one. She even found one in Italy. when we went there. But I gotta say, you got to consider the impacts of short-term rentals on the neighbors. And I'm not sure if I'm raising my family and I'm in a neighborhood that I necessarily want to have a short-term rental next to me. And even on the road where I live, there's 5 of us on this road. We share the cost of the road. We know who's coming up and down. The kids in the lower house, they play on the road. And I'm not sure I'd want a short-term rental on our road. And so I think it's important that we allow short-term rentals on areas that have a very minimal impact on the neighbors. And if we do that, I think we'll have less complaints and less enforcement issues if we can do that. I got to say, I'm not in favor of the limited vocational rentals. It's very complicated ordinance. I think it's going to be difficult to enforce. Are the people home? Are they not home? And I think for the limited number of these, I would say that they should all be treated together, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it with a ministerial permit. They ought to have the same use permit and discretionary permit as the commercial. Same process, the commercial. I think we ought to have a thing where everybody gets 3 freebies. As you know, Pebble Beach, especially during Car Week and during the Pro-Am, I call it the Crosby, but now it's obviously something else. Some of those people rent their places out and it's accepted. So I think we ought to have opportunity, anybody can do, as long as they give notice of it for the CC&Rs, to have 3 freebies. But also, I think no permit, one of the things that was pointed out by a letter we got from an attorney, I think it was for Pebble Beach, but no permit until notice is given to the body that empowers the enforcement of the CC&Rs. And so they're consistent with the CC&Rs. Enforcement, I think we have to make it, the reason I'm making some of these suggestions is I think enforcement has to be made as simple, as easy as possible. And enforcement is a problem. I mean, in my area, we have the tents and the loud music and the unlawful things, and trying to get enforcement, because you're always enforcing when you don't have your resources available and trying to enforce. So I think we have to make it as simple as possible. And that's part of the reason of having the limited and commercial by the same rules. As far as Monterey Dunes, I mean, I think that's the ideal place for short-term rentals and the CC&Rs that permit it there. The people bought the property knowing, and that's one of my concerns I have with if a neighbor starts with a short-term rental. I bought my property thinking it was strictly a residential area where I'm raising my family. And I got to say, when you have the short-term rental and after it goes on for a while, it becomes a commercial operation in a residential area. So the Monterey Dunes is the ideal place. I think that's an appropriate place. We've had almost no complaints except one lady, but no other complaints. And I do have to say, we got a letter from Mr. Matthews again. And I mean, while we're in this kind of no man's land and we haven't made a decision on it, those people who are paying their TOT for their short-term rentals, I don't think we ought to be going after them, trying to close them down until we make a decision and say you're either legal or you're not. But I don't think we need a study. I think we get our stuff together and make a decision on this on it. So those are my kind of random thoughts. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I agree that this issue has gone on for far too long. Before I was a county supervisor, here we are finishing my 4th year. and this is barely coming to us for direction. And so I'm not very much in favor of an ad hoc committee. I think we need to just make a decision, even though it's tough. This hasn't been policy done at a whim. It's been going on for years with probably more input than any other issue that we've that's coming before this board, because there's been just so many meetings, so many revisions. And I wanted to ask county staff, out of the 600 units, how many, with the 3 areas that are excluded, how many of these STRs do we project to be able to continue to be rented as STRs, and what potential revenue would be generated if they were all to be permitted?
So if I may, through the chair, I can't speak to the revenue generated. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing Mary Zeeb from the Treasurer Tax Collector to get the numbers, but we can certainly bring those numbers back. In terms of the areas where there are unit caps, if we may, we have a slide that we didn't show you, but that helps summarize that right there. So what this does is summarize for the areas that have visitor serving unit caps, how many are remaining on those caps, and then how many of the verified advertised rentals are operating within that same planning area. So what you'll see in Carmel Valley is that west of Villa Mallorca, there's very few operating vacation rentals compared to the number of units remaining. But east of Villa Mallorca, out to the village, there's only 50 visitor serving units available, and there's more than 100, there's 123 that have been advertised operating out in the village area. So in that area, we would anticipate to see a reduction of the number in the area east. For the Big Sur coast, even with the 20 remaining units in flux, compared to the remaining visitors serving unit counts as they stand today, there's only 19 advertised vacation rentals. So again, it's a rough estimate, and it would only be the limited vacation rentals that would be allowed, and so those would count accordingly.
So
I will note that the Big Sur Coast, they are in the process of updating the Big Sur Coast land use plan, which could come in and change some of those numbers subsequent to the regulations going in place.
So Ms. Beretti, just in terms of those units, has the county been collecting tax revenue on those 600 units when they are being rented?
So yes, not all 600. So the Treasurer Tax Collector has been utilizing a third-party service to proactively go out and register individuals who are operating as short-term rental and transient uses to pay TOT. I don't believe it's 100% compliance. The challenge that I know the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office has is it's actually a fairly cumbersome analysis and exercise to try to figure out how much of the total TOT is coming from vacation rental activity as opposed to traditional hospitality, because of the way that, because those activities are, they're lumped. So we can certainly ask for that number, but I don't know, when I've asked in the past, getting just a ready number of how many are coming from those vacation rental operators would involve a little bit of a study, a little bit of an analysis and data consolidation.
It just seems that if we know there's 600 out there and there's software or third-party vendors that help us identify them, it could be easily, we could easily see who's paying and who isn't, and certainly those who aren't. That's another issue of enforcement that we should be talking about. But the reason I bring that up is because I was talking to supervisors in Santa Cruz County, and they dealt with their STR ordinance years ago now. And they had similar concerns raised from neighbors, from hospitality, from quite a range of different stakeholders. But it was interesting for him to kind of give his analysis that years after enacting it, and then and putting a portion of their tax revenue towards enforcement, that his assessment years later was that the enforcement complaints went down significantly. The county was making significant revenue on these STRs. And the complaints that neighbors raised, although not perfect, had been increased substantially. So there seemed to be a right balance. And when we talk about this, it's like we're not talking about things that are being tried for the first time. Other counties have been far ahead of us. And it'd be interesting that when we make a decision, let's base it on experience. Let's base it on our neighboring counties that have dealt with this. We're the other side of the Monterey Bay. We should be looking and learning how has this worked years later in our neighboring county. And I think that would inform us as policymakers that we're learning from the good lessons and perhaps the not so good lessons, so that when we enact a policy, we could find the right balance. We could address these concerns, the enforcement mechanisms, and certainly trying to collect revenue from all these STRs that could be permitted. And then for me, trying to find that right balance is where we should be going to, rather than just keep doing ad hoc committee, revision after revision. I thought this was going to come to us 2 years ago, but it took two more years just to get it to this point. And frankly, I'm one of those persons who really say sometimes county government moves especially slow. And I get it when it's a really controversial issue, but 8 years, as Supervisor Phillips mentioned, I mean, that just seems excessive. And it's just one of those examples where we should, and I get it. There's a lot of meetings with different stakeholders, and I recognize all that work and all that input and meetings with stakeholders. But at some point, we got to say, okay, this has to just come up. We got to make the tough decision about what's right for our county. But I hope that it is also done in an intelligent and thoughtful way, that we look to other counties with experience, and especially one that's right next to us. It should be able to give us some comfort on a decision that we're going to make by seeing what actually worked out there or what didn't work out there. And it's also look at the benefits that came to the county by having its STR ordinance and the revenue collection that comes with that as well. I also get the concerns raised about affordable housing. That's certainly an issue for every coastal county. Also the equity issues, for visitors as well. I just know that in other counties, they have brought up that many times a large family, low-income families, they cannot afford, renting single hotel rooms, that renting a house is much more affordable. Even the Coastal Commission has brought that up as an issue of giving access to lower-income families to enjoy the coast, finding other options that are more affordable. So those issues are important as well. So, but I think there's a way where we could find a balance here, and I hope that this will come back to us in a short time, not take another 6 months or another year before we actually make a final decision on this. Thank you. And I would just add that it's going to be ongoing. If we enacted an ordinance, we have to review it. We have to get it right where we see that there is issues. So it's not going to be like we approve something and that's the end of it. I think it's enacting something, but then making sure we're fine tuning it to make sure we get it right for Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. So as part of my comments, I think what I'd like to have staff do is go back and take a slide by slide on the pieces they're looking for direction from, and see if there's any additional input from supervisors on those particular items. I know that there were issues, so if we could bring up issue 1 and start there.
I'm just done. I'm so tired.
Okay. So the affordable housing question. I know that we've already heard some input, but is there any additional input on this question from members of the board?
Mr. Chair, if I could just say, I think this and the character and intensity question both can be addressed by some sort of cap or limit on the number of maybe the number, maybe the type. But I think, what some of the other supervisors are talking about could actually mitigate any or some of the potential erosion of affordable housing options. That's just my thought.
Okay. I concur there. I don't see a need for a specific address here. I think that question about numbers will meet the need in terms of my needs and opinion here. Supervisor Adams, I see you're unmuted.
Yeah, Chris, Supervisor Lopez, the one thing that I'm conscious of as far as affordable housing is that if we allow the most affordable housing, that is apartments, duplexes, to be part of this, I think it will eliminate affordable housing to a significant degree.
Supervisor Phillips, I saw you had unmuted yourself. Additional thoughts on the affordable housing piece?
Well, just to respond to something that Supervisor Parker brought up, as presently proposed, is there a recommendation on caps, having a cap in the various areas?
No, there are no limits whatsoever.
No limits, none.
Okay, I think that's maybe something we're going to have to address. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see no additional hands up or folks unmuted. Let's go ahead and roll to.
Excuse me, could I go back? Sorry, one more thing. I think a 5-year permit for anything is too much.
Okay. So let's go ahead and roll to issue 2. The character and intensity piece, which Supervisor Parker tied these together, but any additional opinions on the character and intensity piece that we want to make sure staff walks away with today?
I heard, I think at least one supervisor, maybe 2, say that any short-term rental is a commercial use, not a residential use. And I think that speaks to this as well, that yeah.
To a degree, I would agree, but for me, I did like the Supervisor Phillips pitch, which was, 3 freebies a year. So I just want to make sure we don't say, well, on that freebie, you're now commercial. So for me, that was a big agreement piece for me.
No, I think 3 freebies a year should be part of it, is good. I'm totally good with that.
And I'll ask staff to make that language a little more professional. Supervisor Alejo?
No, I could go along with that. Thanks.
But I think indeed we still have to have some kind of a permit process, even for the freebies. They may get it once and it lasts for say 3 years, but I think people, we still want to know that this is going on. And I think the neighbors have the right to know that this is going to be going on. It's a freebie, but you still have to do something. What that is, I don't know yet.
Okay. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, and that was when the people from Pebble Beach called me yesterday, and that was their thing. They supported the 3 freebies, for want of a better word, but they wanted notice of it for their purposes and ours. So
It could be like a vacation rental operator permit. I think that's what's in here. That'd be good.
Sure. Okay. Is there an additional portion to issue 2, or was that it, Anna?
No, I think that's primarily it. If I can just summarize what I heard, this is Melanie. If I can just summarize the last 2 things I heard to help address these first 2 issues, there's general consensus to have staff go back and look into establishing some sort of cap, whether that's a density or a percentage or otherwise, to look at what some appropriate alternatives would be to cap. So it would add a layer above existing visitor serving unit counts but across the board. And then also this concept of being able to do it 3 times, unhosted, that kind of this concept of we have a number of large events during the year, people want to get out of town. I heard that we'd want, there's interest in allowing that, but we'd want to incorporate noticing at a minimum, as well as vacation rental operators permits. So again, they're all playing by the same rules. I did have a question with regards to the noticing. There are, other than the typical use permit and coastal development permit noticing types, I would just, for clarity, if you have any thoughts on what would be appropriate noticing, or your thoughts on what that noticing would look like. Otherwise, we'll go back and look at different models for what would be appropriate noticing in different zoning areas.
I think looking at models and bringing back some options for us would be great.
Okay.
Any alternating opinions? Okay, then I'll go to
Yeah,
Council
sure.
Stremling before we move on.
Yeah, I also just want to summarize, but I think I am hearing the direction to staff to bring back that most of, well, basically all would be subject to a use permit or coastal development permit process, except for the three freebies a year. And the 3 freebies a year would be more like the vacation rental operator permit kind of process with some sort of notice, and we would bring back options for how to do the notice.
Yes.
So I actually have a question about this. Why would they all have to be use permits rather than all being ministerial? There's probably a legal reason why, but I just wonder if you could tell me what that is.
So I'll take a stab at that and see if anyone else wants to clarify. So in the way it's currently drafted, staff did make an effort to make a distinction between the potential impacts of limited versus the commercial, to have that in and of itself to help be part of that justification as to, a limited, in that limited version wouldn't require a higher level of case-by-case analysis, including the CEQA, its own individual CEQA. And so it comes down to that distinction. I think one thing which I hear a lot is, these are visitors serving, and so they are a business, but a business is different from a land use intensity that crosses a threshold between consistent with a residential use versus consistent with a commercial use. And so that is the justification that staff use to have those categories.
So basically, if it's a commercial use, which is a specific term, then a use permit or a coastal development permit is needed for that level of intensity of use. Got it. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, maybe add a little bit to this home, RMA. So the difference is a discretionary permit or a ministerial permit. Ministerial permit, generally, you don't condition a ministerial permit. You meet certain criteria, you issue the permit. With a discretionary permit, you can condition, and that the discretionary permits are subject to CEQA. We have different types of discretionary permits. There's the use permit, coastal development permit, but there's also administrative permits and coastal administrative permits. The difference is the level of review and the cost of the permit goes associated with that. So with an administrative permit, there would still be notice to the surrounding area. And if somebody wants to raise it to a hearing, it would go to the zoning administrator. Otherwise, it's heard and approved by the director. Typically, a use permit or a coastal development permit would go to the planning commission. Could go to the zoning administrator as well. So that's kind of the difference that we're talking about. So if you want the discretionary level of review, which is still subject to CEQA, if you want lesser review or cost, you could go with an administrative permit versus a use permit and have a similar type of structure.
Well, and I wonder, because I'm thinking, part of the part of the problem we had before with our ordinance was that the permit fee was too high. And so people said, well, what the hell, I'm just going to do it. And so if there's a way, if we're finding a way to limit how much of this goes on in any particular area, and I don't know what it would be about that, but Santa Cruz has a way, PG found another way. I mean, I'm sure there are ways to do that. If there is some kind of decrease in the sheer numbers that we're talking about, and maybe the scale, I don't know. It seems to me that the best review we can give at the least price is going to be important for just out of the gate compliance. So, you all deal with this much more than we do, except when we get appeals and, there are problems, but, trying to figure out what other jurisdictions have done and what some of the options are to kind of find the proverbial sweet spot would be great.
I'm going to go to County Council next.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Just a couple of follow-on comments on that topic. please remember that this ordinance will be subject to some type of environmental review when it comes back to you. And you could hypothetically make everything ministerial, but that would mean that the ordinance EIR would have to be very detailed, okay? And so you have a balance in, do you want to adopt an ordinance that provides some discretion and some follow-up environmental review down the road and maybe has a lesser scope when you adopt the ordinance? Or do you want to try to encompass everything out of the gate and make it easier for property owners to undertake the activity? So that's your choice, and I think that's what Mr. Holm was saying, was that, you know, depending on how you want to proceed, you could require more environmental review with a purely discretionary permit down the road, or you could have a little bit of cleaner path for the property owner if you do an administrative permit. But one thing I would be very careful about is where you draw these lines cannot be arbitrary. You have to have a record that supports why you're requiring some to be discretionary, some to be ministerial, some to be administrative, if that's where you go. So you can't just arbitrarily say, you know, in this area, we're going to make them all discretionary, but over here, we're going to make them ministerial or administrative. So we have to be very careful how we go about identifying the different layers, if you will, of permitting process. I'd like invite Wendy or Carl to jump in and chop my head off if I stated something wrong.
Anybody out there got a sword?
Well, I would want to add a couple things. One is, I mean, this is the crux of a policy decision, because you hear a range of options. One of them is, you know, make this a simpler, easier process that's not expensive. And that, I think, is why, you know, that was why staff and planning commission had this category of the limited vacation rentals. But on the other hand, the other side of that is having a little bit more opportunity for review. And actually the coastal admin permit, or even the discretionary inland admin permit, those are both discretionary. So they, you know, have the opportunity to be subject to CEQA. The level of CEQA would depend. So, you know, I think that's kind of the tension and finding that balance in the sweet spot. The one thing I would say about caps, if you start to have caps on the numbers, that raises another set of issues, which is how do you choose between the, you know, if you have too many people who want it, you know, relative to the number that you're going to allow, that sets up lots of other problems and legal issues down the road. And we saw that a little bit with the cannabis dispensaries. And I think that's been the experience of some of the other jurisdictions who set up caps and have lotteries. And is it first come, first serve? Is it lotteries? What's fair? What's rational? You run into a lot of other problems. So I guess those are just many of the policy issues.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, we're going to try to keep moving here. We have a few more issues to get through as a board, and I know we could talk about pitfalls all night long, but let's go ahead and go to issue 3, build out limitations. All right, so looking at this, any additional input from members of the board?
I think we mentioned that, yeah, thank you very much, that it definitely needs to be applied against the existing caps, and that it should be 1-to-1. And anything beyond that, I mean, we should ensure that we've got policy prioritized granting the units to traditional hospitality industry as they're located in appropriate areas with appropriate services and protections. So I want to make sure that that mindset is on the table.
Supervisor Phillips.
I don't understand it enough to weigh in on it, but what would be the alternative to a 1-for-1 credit? It was suggested it was a 0.5 or something. I don't quite understand.
Mr. Chair, maybe if I could offer some idea, well, maybe not helpful, but hopefully. But we have some area plans that and land use plans that identify a cap for visitor serving units. And so if we want to call them visitor serving units, then they have a 1-to-1 or a 0.5-to-1. We can set up a formula for that. Alternatively, rather than calling them visitor serving units, we could just have a cap for short-term rentals for visitor, for these vacation rentals in and of themselves. Then we don't have to worry about are they half or are part of the visitor serving unit, but separate and unto themselves, as an idea.
Yeah, for me, I think this is one that I want to see more options on as we move forward. I appreciate the 1-to-1 and for commercial, but for the others, whatever other structures end up coming out of the process, I would like to see some sort of a balance struck in the number that's proposed. So that's sort of where I'm sitting on that one.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Any additional
May I just ask a point of clarification? Sure. When you say 1-to-1, one vacation rental equals one visitor serving unit, or are you talking about bedroom 1-to-1?
I'm talking visitor serving unit on a commercial.
Okay, so one commercial vacation rental equals one visitor serving unit.
Correct.
And I would say that I was leaning more towards the bedroom question. And when we were talking about the limited, that would be 0.5, and that the commercial would be one unit per bedroom. That was kind of where I was leaning, and I thought that was sort of where Supervisor Adams was as well. But sounds like we're going to need all the options.
Right. Yeah, I think we took out limited in general.
I don't know that option was completely off the table, but I'm just saying when in the options that come forward, and whatever is developed as the limited structure, whatever it might be defined as, I think looking at it more creatively than cutting into the allocations is something that I'm interested in. Okay. Any additional input on 3 before we move on? Great. Then let's go on to item 4, enforcement. Hot button issue. Don't all jump in at once. So I know we've had a lot of opinions on this already expressed. Is there any clarification that folks want to provide? Supervisor Adams.
Well, I think it's just really, from my opinion, important that we view it like we do cannabis, and that we take the cost of enforcement out of the income raised by the short-term rental, or whatever term we want to call this, vacation rental project. That's very important to me. And I think it's going to be one of the driving forces to the success of the program. And I agree. I think I can remember several years ago, after I was even first elected, we did a study in my office of all of the other short-term rental ordinances around the area, both in the cities in County of Santa Cruz and the other counties as well. So I think we should make sure that we take a look at what some of the ideas are that they implemented, because it seemed to have worked.
Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I think it's important that they have an agent that's available within a half hour to deal with any of the issues. Some jurisdictions I know require them to give the phone number of the owner agent to all the neighbors so they can call and do it. But enforcement is the key.
So I concur with Supervisor Adams' approach. I would like to see the program be self-sustaining in the future, and also with Supervisor Phillips's suggestion, which I've also heard from County Council McKee in prior meetings, which is that a phone number be provided for 24-hour response for neighbors or occupants. I think that is appropriate and a clear expectation we should set out. Any additional, Supervisor Alejo? Supervisor Alejo?
Yep, I agreed with those points, but from staff's point of view, I know other cities are utilizing other, I guess, companies that specialize in enforcement. One, to make sure we're collecting the tax revenue, but also on complaints, what research have we done to look at utilizing one of those vendors to be able to assist with complaints and also in terms of collection of revenue?
So I can speak directly to, with regards to the third-party vendors who can assist with enforcement. There's a good deal more that they can offer, and particularly on the front end, being proactive, looking, keeping an eye on the listings, sending notices, and getting those initial notices out to individuals who are in violation. Where code enforcement, and I'll ask Wendy, perhaps just correct me if I'm wrong, code enforcement, if we get to the point where we have an actor who is not choosing to shut down despite having the notices, despite being in violation, at that point in time when it becomes our fair process is then the opportunity to have an administrative hearing with an administrative judge. And so it's my understanding that that's kind of the transition point where there may be companies that can help facilitate that process, but that is typically the point where discussions have said where at that juncture, enforcement would then come to the county to follow through from there. We can certainly do more research, and I'd suggest that we do more research to really look at other jurisdictions to see how much of the code enforcement process they are working with these other companies on. It also may have changed some since we last did research on that.
Yeah, no, I just want us to certainly understanding how we have staffing constraints, and certainly something like this would be taking a significant amount of time, that we try to find tools that are already out there, companies that specialize this, and perhaps those that are already contracting with other counties, that they have trained staff that could help us facilitate and have, I think, have a system that will address these expeditiously, and just with personnel that have the experience and the training to be able to handle some of these issues. So I'd love that to come back to us when this comes around again. Thanks.
I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, and someone may have already said this, my power went out again. But I think in terms of the enforcement, figuring out the models such as Santa Cruz County if they seem to have something that works and that doesn't tangle up county staff a lot. I worry the most, not so much about the egregious things, but about the everyday little complaints, and is somebody following the rules? And, those are the things that are going to eat up staff time, I think, unless we have an actual system to that puts more of the burden on the property manager or whatever it gets called, to deal with the issues. Anyway, thanks.
I agree, Supervisor Parker. I don't want neighbors to feel deputized to go out and start taking pictures of the neighbor's house and the like. I think we have to have a clear
Bingo.
that reduces that. Yeah. Supervisor Adams, did you have additional input on this one?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. I remember that it was the Planning Commission, though, that asked us if we could specifically have an enforcement plan that accompanies the visitor short-term rental ordinance, so that it's a really very specific approach to enforcement. So I just say that because I want to underscore the importance that our planning commissioners certainly thought about how we were going to draft enforcement regulations. So I think we really need to ensure that we focus on that and get it right.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, with that, let's move to item 5. Unique neighborhoods. Should unique neighborhoods be addressed differently? I'm in support. I think specific neighborhoods like the one we heard from repeatedly today out in the dunes do deserve some special treatment, considering their historical use as short-term rentals in our community. That's my position, but other members of the board, Supervisor Adams.
I concur.
Supervisor Phillips?
Ditto.
Supervisor Parker?
Yes, I agree. And I thought the combination of the applicant acknowledging, but also demonstrating that they have permission from the CC&R people, the holders. So, yeah.
Perfect. Supervisor Alejo?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Back to County Council.
Yeah, just real quick. This is the area where we have to be very careful how we define what is a unique neighborhood. It can't be, again, arbitrary. It has to have some record to it.
Appreciate that. And we're trying to stay general today, let staff find a way, and I'm sure you'll work with them to bring us some great options. So looking at the issues, I believe 5 was our last one. Am I right, Melanie? Okay. So in general now, I think for me, I want to state the same thing Supervisor Phillips did earlier. In terms of my overall general support for STRs, I think they have a place in our community. I think it's just finding that balance in a way that really meets the needs of our community in terms of transparency, as well as making sure that they're done appropriately here. And so I just wanted to echo those sentiments from Supervisor Phillips. And before we move on, I want to see if there's any wrap-up thoughts from supervisors. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Chair Lopez. I was not optimistic when we began this process at the end of the day today, especially this late in the day. And I want to thank you for pushing through, because I think that we have done a really good job and have been very clear with staff about what the desire of this board is. And I appreciate so much your forceful yet gentle way of getting us to this, and I thank you. And I also want to thank the staff again for their willingness to hear and the always wise guidance of County Council getting us to this point. So with that, I'm very thankful, and I think we have something that we can move forward on. Since it's my district that is impacted the most, I'll certainly be hearing in the next day or so from a lot of people on what their opinion is of how we did today. So thank you, though.
Thank you. We're going to go to Supervisor Alejo next.
No, I just wanted to also commend staff. A lot of our constituents don't realize how much staff hours go into this. And so I want to thank County Council, Ms. Beretti and others of RMA who have really done their best in terms of putting this language forward and the follow-up that will happen from here forward. But what I was wondering, Mr. Chair, was what's the timeline for this to come back again? I just want to avoid not having this come back too far long, at such another long period of time before we review this. I'd like to just hopefully get some guidance on what might we see this back before this full board.
Melanie, do you and your pupper have a recommendation there?
Well, Mr. Chair, if I could ask a question, would the board like to see the revised draft before staff does environmental review? In other words, based on the direction today, there will be some revisions.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate for it to come back before going out for environmental review, but Ms. Beretti.
Yeah, if I may, what I heard from today is we're rather than going directly to updating the ordinances, there are a few things that we're going to come back and make some option recommendations to the board. I think given the nature of them, it would be a lot of work if we updated the ordinances to try to reflect for options, but we'll consider that. I think at this point we would be looking at, just given the timing and where we're at with the remaining meetings for the year, we'd be coming back after the first of the year. I think what we can do, I'd like to have an opportunity to just sit down and debrief with the team to figure out what the level of effort to be able to, especially for example, caps and density caps. We've looked into those before, and it might take a little bit of work to get good, solid recommendations. But I think it'd be reasonable to look at the January to February timeframe to be able to come back with options for the board.
Great, thank you,
Melanie. All right, Supervisor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too really appreciate this discussion. And as I said before, I appreciate all the work that staff put into trying to come up with something that addressed all the various concerns that they were hearing out there. The only thing that I want to make sure is also part of this at some point is that we need to make sure that the visitor serving caps Carmel Valley, Big Sur, and Moss Landing, that we and the community are on the same page about how many units are still available, so that if we're counting short-term rentals against those caps in those communities, that we go into it agreeing about the numbers that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parker. Supervisor Phillips, any final thoughts for us on this item?
No, I'm ready to go home and have a drink.
All right. Then we've heard from every board member. We've heard from the public. And with that, I think staff has direction. And with that, we have concluded our final item for the day. We do have, I'm first going to see, do we have any readout from closed session, County Council?
There is none today, Chair.
Thank you. We do have it adjourned in memory of, and I'm going to turn that over to Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we're going through COVID, and as we see the numbers rise, but we don't put a name to them often, and we did this time. Gene Martinez lost a 2-month-long battle with COVID in November. He graduated from Stanford Law School, and then he went to work in Madera at the California Rural Assistance. And then he came and applied for a job at the District Attorney's Office and Public Defender here in Monterey County. And I did his interview, and I was enthused about, I was trying to hire Latino, and especially a Latino that came from such a great law school. My boss, since Gene included reference of Rose Bird, who was head of the Supreme Court at that time, and she was not the most popular thing for DA's offices. And I asked Gene, why did you include her? And he said, well, I was applying for the public defender too. My boss was adamantly opposed to me hiring him, but finally relented and then about a year later, he was taking credit for hiring this great attorney. Gene worked for us for about 4 years, and then he went to the DA's office in Fresno, and then when Mike Bartram was appointed to the district attorney's office, he came back as the assistant, and he was the assistant there for about 4 years, and he did a lot to improve the office. He went into private practice in 1991, and he loved his job of being an attorney. His 2 children became his partners, and they were lawyers and became his partners, Anna and Mario. He loved being an attorney, and he loved life to its fullest. He had his big boat he was proud of called the Defense Rest, and he will be missed. He was bigger than life individual, and he leaves his children and his wife, Lisa, who we've known for a long time. He was one of the finest trial attorneys this county has ever seen. I saw him in court, in my court, many, many times. He was always well prepared, investigated. He had a brilliant mind. He was articulate. He was a tenacious advocate, but he was always ethical and never took a cheap shot. And he was one of those attorneys where you had a situation where you really needed an attorney to step up and pick up a case for a pro bono case because it was falling through the cracks. He was one of those attorneys that was empathetic, and you could call on and say, will you do this for me, pro bono, and he would represent him. So he will be greatly missed, one of the finest attorneys I've seen ever practice in Monterey County. So,
thank you, Supervisor Phillips. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Oh, sorry, Supervisor Alejo?
No, I didn't know Mr. Martinez, but just as a younger lawyer who came behind him in Monterey County, it's just always nice to acknowledge those trailblazers who paved the way for other younger Latina lawyers. And from everything I heard about this man, that he was really a community-oriented, an exceptional lawyer, and really somebody who paved the way for those coming behind him. So I just wanted to, out of respect to him and his family, to acknowledge that many of us stand here today because of the work that people like Mr. Martinez laid out for us many years ago. So I just wanted to express my deepest condolences to his family, and I appreciate the nice write-up that the Monterey County Weekly did on his history, and certainly somebody who started his career in law enforcement in the DA's office. Certainly, there's very few Latina lawyers today in Monterey County, very few, but when he started out his career, even less so. I want to just pay my salute to him and to all his exceptional work throughout his lifetime.
I think he was the first that I can recall.
Even more so, yeah.
He was the
Thank you.
first. Absolutely. I had the pleasure of meeting him a couple times, and with that, we're adjourned in his memory. Thank you.